Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the lands of Aecathan. That's right, no professionals, no fancy tech, just a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons & Dragons. I'm Jeff, your game master. So it turns out that when camels aren't feeling well, they have to drink a very special tea in order to feel better. Chamomile.
I knew that was coming.
But it's true.
Yeah, chamomile does do some wonders for the body.
Mm-hmm.
Even camel ones.
Yep. They love it.
That was painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not for me. It's never painful for me. I like these things, so.
Well, they're fun.
Right.
They're just not always good.
And this is one of those times.
Oh! Ouch, I'm sorry. Ouch.
Well, let me tell you what happened last time.
Oh.
Wow.
So, last time, the four were preparing to head off into the wilds of the Godswrath desert at the behest of Lord Tremaine to discover why the Jogravanans haven't been attacking Thunder's Edge over the last almost a full month. Before they departed, they availed themselves of some wisdom from the Sentinel of the Sands, who had agreed to come and check in with them. And she was able to inform them that there is an oasis out in the desert that used to serve, at least in her time, as a way station for those traveling west towards something she called the Dunes Mount. After getting all the information they could, they unfurled their magic carpet and headed off into the desert, utilizing their magics to keep themselves cool and rested along the journey. Near the end of their second day of travel, which had been uneventful up to that point, they were accosted by a handful of undead ogres who rose up out of the sand and started attacking them. And as the group was preparing to deal with them, an enormous mottled and skeletal dragon, vestiges of blue dragon scale hanging on its body, rose up from the sands and demanded tribute in order to allow the group to pass unmolested.
Surprise!
They were unable to come up with tribute that the Dracolich found satisfactory, and so battle commenced. It was relatively short, but highly unpleasant. But they did, in fact, best the Dracolich and its undead minions, and Gwen was able to find the tunnel deep in the sand leading down to a buried cavern, which turned out to be the lair of the Dracolich, and the four spent many, 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 many hours availing themselves of the dragon's hoard. Which resulted in lots of money, a couple interesting magical items, and a robe of the Archmagi.
I feel so lucky and guilty, but I am just incredibly happy.
After sorting everything out and putting it in the portable hole, they retired for the evening after Tasha cast her magnificent mansion, and we pick up the next morning when the four adventurers are rising from their peaceful night's sleep.
Inside a Dracolich's
Yes,
lair.
inside a Dracolich's lair.
Inside a mansion, inside a Dracolich's lair.
Yeah, there you go.
Not
You gotta-
everybody can say they've slept over in a Dracolich's lair.
Make
So,
sure that we take our long
Tell
rest.
about it.
Yep. Make sure you
Take
mark
your
the
long
long
rest.
rest.
We want those spell points back.
Oh, yes, we do. Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Spell points back.
Or
Spell
spells.
slots.
Sorry. leftovers.
stuff.
You get to renew your magical energies.
Well, I'm going to start the day by filling up on fresh fruit and pastries, since that's
And
something we
bacon.
don't typically get when traveling through the desert.
Right.
And lots and lots of beverages.
Yep.
Coffee and juice.
I'm gonna put it on my. I'm gonna put on. It's not a cape. It's a cloak.
Robe.
I'm gonna put on the robe,
Right.
and then I'm gonna kind of look at it and like poof out my wings, and see what it does.
As you bring your wings out, you feel a strange sort of writhing sensation on your shoulder blades, but the wings pop right out. It's like the robe anticipated and simply made an opening,
Fancy. I pop them back in.
and you feel that weird writhing feeling on your back again.
Crazy. Right now, I feel a little less guilty.
I think it was meant to be love.
Yep.
And I eat breakfast with everybody.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do before you exit the mansion?
Tentatively stick one head out the mansion to look around.
Make a perception check.
No, I'm saying before we do that.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have anything else? Mm-hmm. Who's got good perception? Mine's just a 6.
I do.
Stick your little head out.
Mine's 13. What's yours?
Yours is better.
Yeah. Aribell and I have the same, I think.
I just have advantage. That's the only difference.
Oh. Just poke your head out there and see if it's the all clear.
31.
It is dark
31.
and quiet. It looks pretty much like it did when you stepped into the mansion the night before.
All right. It looks okay. Let's step out with all of our equipment and the portable hole.
The portable hole's always folded up and on me.
Okay. Yeah. And I will,
That's the default.
Right.
and I'll let the mansion disappear.
Okay.
You said it's dark?
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the dancing lights so we can see.
Okay.
And then we'll have to.
Well, remember, dancing lights can be seen for a great distance in the desert.
Right, but it's morning and we're in the tunnel.
That's true.
Yeah, we're
So-
still
Yeah,
inside.
it's going to be
Yeah.
quite bright once you get outside. At
Outside.
least that's the assumption.
Okay.
Right. And then we will have to walk to the thing, and she'll have to fly us up again.
Mm-hmm.
I want to wear the ring.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. Then we will assume that you took an hour at some point while you were in the mansion to attune.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the cloak of protection. I think.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna pull my cloak up over my, like the hood of my cloak over my head.
Okay.
For shade or
Well, it gives me shade, but also if I have to hide, I get advantage. And if anyone wants to look at me with perception, like take a look at me for perception, they roll at a disadvantage.
oh, fancy.
Mm-hmm.
I like you.
And I mean, we have to climb up, right?
No, we can't climb up. She has to fly us up.
Oh, all right.
Yep. I will fly people up using my boots.
All right.
Okay.
Who do
I'll
you
take
take
Aribell
up
first.
Okay.
So I fly her up to the entrance.
Okay. It is, of course, you emerge sand-covered.
And then I go for Zori next.
Okay. Aribell, go ahead and make a perception check.
30.
You notice that where the zombies fell, they fell, in piles of mostly bone, but some rotted flesh. There's no flesh left on the bones.
Ew.
How hungry are
Scavengers.
you to eat undead flesh?
Something had a snack.
So, well, I will keep an eye out for whatever may have eaten that.
Okay. All right. And who are you bringing up next?
Zori.
Okay.
Me.
Again, you emerge covered in sand, but
I look for the Dracolich.
make a perception check.
What is it? Perception?
Mm-hmm.
8.
You
Too
look
much sand in my eyes.
You look around and immediately realize the pile of bones isn't there anymore.
I ask Aribell, am I seeing this right? Is the pile of bones not here?
Aribell, she's looking in the wrong direction.
No, but its friends' bones have been picked clean.
Oh, I turn around and look. Must be able to find it, I guess, now.
It's
Hopefully she'll point me. Yeah.
there. It's
hopefully
there.
she'll
It
point me.
looks much like it did yesterday.
Okay.
I go and get Tasha.
Again, covered in sand, but you both emerge back onto the surface.
I cast prestidigitation.
Okay.
And on her too.
Thanks. Did any of us loot the Dracolich's corpse? Such as it is?
I was going to last night, but I don't remember if it was. I don't remember if there was anything on it. So we
Yeah, I
should
don't-
probably do that.
I don't know if there is either.
I don't think we checked, but we decided to raid its hoard instead.
Yeah.
Anyone who would like to search the body, please roll investigation.
Oh, I didn't find anything. 5.
11.
Lots of bones.
Nine-
Lots and
er,
lots of bones.
29.
19.
To you, Zorith, it looks like there might be a scale or two
Oh, I asked about teeth, I think, didn't
that
I?
you could get.
Scalar too. Okay.
Tasha, it does appear there are a couple teeth that have not yet rotted to the point where they'd be worthless.
I carefully wiggle them out.
How are
Give-
you going to do that?
Well, with my dagger. I'm not going to touch them.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
$28.
There are 5 that you attempt to remove. One cracks in half as you lever it out of the jaw, but the other 4 come out intact.
I hand them to Zori.
Ooh. I'm gonna try, while she's doing that, I'm gonna try to get some scales off.
If you would make a sleight of hand check, please.
Yes, sir. Ooh, okay. Sleight of hand.
Mhm.
16 plus 9, 25.
You are able to collect 3 intact blue scales, each one
Ooh.
about the size of Aribell's shield.
That's cool.
Now, the
I don't know.
dragons won't have an issue with the fact that we killed a Dragolich, will they?
I think they'll be pleased.
Good dragons? No. They're
Plus-
going to be fine with it.
A blue one.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. It's an
I-
abomination.
I do have a question. Can I fly myself up and down? Am I good enough to fly myself up and down into the Lich's chamber?
I don't
Because, okay, so I'm actually going to ask Gwen to take me back down into the chamber really quick so I can open up the portable hole, because I cannot carry 3 scales the size of Aribell's shield.
Right.
And then I'll put the teeth in the shield, or the scales in the portable hole.
Okay. I do so.
You
Until
notice the portable hole is actually starting to get a little full.
Oh.
Like all that coin takes
Mm.
up space.
Might have to ask. What?
We'll have to get another one.
Yes. I'm rich enough to have 2 portable holes, bitches. We're not gonna go all the way back into the thing. I'm just gonna find a nice flat-ish spot if I can.
Make an investigation check.
Or I'll go as far as I have to. 15 investigation. 17.
You find a space near just inside the entrance
Okay.
to
Yeah.
the cavern itself.
I'm gonna put all that shields in there.
Okay.
And the teeth. Not the shields, the scales. They got me all crazy. And then we'll go back up.
Okay.
And I'll tell everybody that the portable hole's getting full.
And we're doing our jobs right.
We are.
One of the issues right now is entering the portable hole is hazardous because you're walking on loose coin.
Right.
There was
Dear
nothing
me.
to put all of that coin in other than the portable hole.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure that out.
Well, maybe we can do some shopping.
Yeah.
Seems like you might be able to afford stuff.
A few things.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
How much was that a piece?
Oh, I don't know if we did a piece. Did we? I don't remember. 48,000 gold, 27,000 platinum. So
Just
a little bit.
plus the star sapphires. It was about 80,000 gold apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Ish.
Ish.
Plus what we already had in there. So
Right.
that's the most money we had for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's the most money half of the
Half of a Aecathan.
that's what I was just gonna say, half of the cities in Aecathan don't have. Sandy Cove. Probably not.
Magic items, though, the high-end magic items are expensive.
They certainly are.
Yes.
So, and I want to commission something.
Nice.
We shall see.
If you hear a zapping sound, it's the bug zapper.
I did, but it went on for an extended period of time, and I just wanted to make sure there was nothing wrong.
Just a stupid bug.
Zzz, ow! Zzz, ow!
We'll swarm them.
Zzz.
I imagine it was more zzz, oh yeah, zzz, oh do it again. Zzz, ah!
So,
I mean,
we're walking or riding?
magic carpeting, I think.
We met someone who could do some enchanting, right?
You've met a few people.
Ooh.
There's one in Erma, there's one in Thunder's Edge, there's one in Romani.
Well, we'll have to figure it out.
I want to see if I can have my armor enchanted.
That's smart.
I want a dragon tattoo.
Oh, that's not smart, but that's awesome.
Yep.
And you know that courtesy of, what was it in Tasha's Guide to Everything? There are magical tattoos now.
There are.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Be bonuses.
Hell yeah, I want a magical tattoo.
How did I guess?
I think matching dragon tattoos would be cool.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
after all.
We are our own clan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I flip out the carpet and we get on, and then we have Gwen guide us. I will steer, she will guide.
If you would make me a survival check, Gwenlaryn.
Yes. Okay. Survival. 18.
You glance up, the sun, take in your surroundings, get your bearings, and you're pretty sure you've got the carpet headed in the same direction you had been going.
Excellent. Okay. And do we have an idea of how long it'll take us to get where we're going?
Not a great one.
Okay.
Gaegho said something about slightly less than a week to the Oasis.
Oh, that's right. And we've been going for a day.
This is
Day
day 3.
Oh, day 3.
Yes.
Okay. And we are off.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you want to travel today before you stop for a break?
How hot is it?
It is definitely warmer. The temperatures are probably nearing 100.
And what time of day is it right now?
Still pretty
I
early.
don't know.
Right?
What time did you get up and leave the mansion?
7?
I think we would get up pretty early considering
We
that.
went to bed early.
Well, you
And-
didn't get to bed until after midnight
That's early
because
for
you
me.
spent like 5 hours depleting all of the treasure in the cavern.
That's right. So then it'd have to be at least 8 because we need to get a
Decent, nice sleep.
Yeah.
full night's rest.
So probably by the time you get up on the surface and get the carpet out and get ready to go, it's about 9 o'clock in the morning.
So I say 3 hours.
Yeah.
Right. That sounds
And rest
good.
during the hottest part of the day.
Mm-hmm.
You take off. How high are you flying today?
Are we doing 15 or 25?
15.
You had been doing 15 in the day and then 25 after it got dark.
So
Okay.
15.
Let me ask a question, Mr. Jeff.
Of course.
Can she? So I Googled it. There's multiple rulings, so yours is the only one that counts.
Okay.
Can she cast the hut on the carpet?
She could, but then the carpet would slide right out from under it. The hut is immobile.
But it wouldn't stay on the carpet.
No.
No.
Alright. Thank you.
Now, if you land the carpet and then cast the hut, there's no issue.
Oh,
Right.
so we
But-
could.
But it wouldn't go with us when we.
No.
No.
No, that's what I
And-
was asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
We can cast it when we stop.
Yeah.
We were gonna try to. We tried that when it was the sprite. If I remember correctly, we had asked
Yeah.
about it when we were trying to travel
Yeah.
on the sprite.
And it didn't work.
Poop.
Yep. If you would, everyone make me a perception check.
Ooh. Turdy treat.
Wow.
Natural kraken.
25.
13. I perceive
Oof.
nothing.
30,
What, Pam?
32.
Wow.
Dice are good tonight. But the other one was a 1, so I'm thankful for advantage.
Indeed.
She could have had 14.
That's true. It's not like a bad one.
Still,
The
it's
mo-
not
the
a
most we can
32.
do.
Right.
Tasha,
Yes.
just before Zorth starts to bring the carpet down, you almost think you far off
In the distance.
see what looks like sunlight glinting off metal. It's tiny, so far in the distance, but just for a half second.
I think I saw metal off in the distance. I don't know what it is.
Do we fly a little higher and go check it out?
Yeah, I think we should.
Go up to.
Before or after you stop?
Before.
Okay.
Yeah.
How high up do you want to go?
So most things are 30. Shall we go 35?
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
not everything, but let's go 35 for now.
Okay.
Everyone, please make another perception check.
Once we get there, okay, never mind.
31.
Same. 31.
23.
19.
Sand, sun, little puffs of blowing sand as the wind gusts. Nothing glinting.
Weird.
Shall we go down closer to investigate?
Sure.
Everybody? Sure?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Go down to 20.
Under the sand.
We're going to go down to 20.
If it was actually sunlight glinting off metal, best guess, at least another 3 hours away.
Oh, it's really far.
Really far.
Oh,
I said right at the very edge of your vision.
Oh, okay. So let's not worry about it. Let's just rest.
Okay.
I missed at the edge of our vision.
Yeah, me too. So I perform the ritual and make the tiny hut.
All right. And you are now able to sit on the carpet in a lovely 70-degree dome. Much cooler. Much cooler.
And I make the dome the same color as the sand.
Okay.
I pass around the flask of water.
Right. I can chill touch everybody's. I probably would be doing that. Chill touch. No, not chill touch. Prestidigitation. Everybody's clothes while we're flying. Give them like a cool shirt for a while. Because it's a cantrip, so I can just make everybody's cool. Yeah.
Oh, it's
You
a
know
little
what I mean.
cooler.
That's it. Yes.
Thanks.
Excellent. How long do we want to wait here? Since it's the hottest part of the day, do we want to wait till 3 or 4?
It's not
Yeah,
quite the hottest
ideally-
part of the day yet.
I was gonna say ideally it would start again around
6?
4:30 or so, 5.
Okay.
Would that be getting through the hottest part?
Yeah.
You would know.
I would, and that's, but I was just double checking.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can talk about what we might get with our money. Just chit chat.
Sure.
Idle chit chat for a few hours. And then about 5, we are going to get back on the road, I guess.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Can I take the carpet just straight up through the dome since...
Yes.
Okay. I'll just take us straight up.
All right. Gwenlaryn,
Yes.
if you would make another survival check, please.
That would be a 30.
With an idea where Tasha thought she saw the glint, that's the direction you travel. And at this point, how high up are you? It's still sunny.
What do you guys feel like? Let me ask you this. Traveling closer to the floor of the desert, are we getting a breeze or are we getting a better breeze while we're up higher?
It's gusting, so it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of another.
Is it buffeting us? Like, is it
No.
dangerous for gust? Okay.
No.
But we also are easier to spot the higher we go.
Very true. I say, anybody else? I always do it. 15?
Yeah, I think 15.
Okay, 15.
For the next couple hours, the temperature stays quite warm, probably mid-upper 90s.
Whew.
As the sun begins to set, the temperature begins to drop noticeably.
Mm-hmm.
And as the sun goes down and the stars come out and the waning moon emerges, it gets noticeably cooler.
Are we able to see anything in the direction where Tasha thought she saw the metal?
Make a perception check, everyone. And also, when the sun goes down, do you climb?
Yes.
Okay. So climb to how high?
What did we say before 25?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got 30 even.
23.
28.
Perception, 14.
Yeah.
14.
About an hour after full dark, Tasha,
Mm-hmm.
in the distance, at first, could be, could not be, but as the carpet flies more, it looks like some sort of dim light from the floor of the desert.
Do you see that? Do you see like a dim light off in the distance?
Once she points it out, it's easier to see.
Very faint.
Maybe that's the oasis.
It could be. I thought we were going to have to travel further, though.
Me
Yeah.
too.
I think we should approach with caution.
Yeah. What do we consider cautionary with a magic carpet?
That's
I
a good
mean-
question.
Maybe we should walk. Maybe we should get off the carpet.
No, because then we leave more tracks.
So maybe down to like 5 feet off the floor.
Well,
Any
we
ideas?
are under cover of darkness. I mean, ideally, we would be invisible. That would
Yeah.
help.
I mean, does anybody have invisibility?
I do.
How long does it last, though?
And what exactly are we turning invisible? Otherwise, there's this magic carpet just flying around.
Well, it would have to get that as well.
That's funny.
Invisibility, I would have to cast it on each of us for it to last up to an hour.
Eek.
Is invisibility concentration?
Yes.
Would
And
pass
you
without
can only
a trace.
cast it once.
Oh, I see.
What about
Rude.
without a trace?
Pass without trace.
Doesn't make us invisible. It just means that no one can see our tracks.
No, but
Well, it
it
means
buffs up
that
our stealth and stuff.
we're surrounded by shadows and silence.
Ooh.
Ooh, that might still be helpful.
I mean, I think that's good.
Plus 10 to stealth, right?
Yes.
So
Ooh.
it makes it a lot harder.
Well, let's do that then.
Yeah.
And that's all of us with one spell, right?
Right. So I will cast Pass Without Trace.
How high do we want to go?
Well, maybe a little higher so we can see better.
So back up to 35.
Well, 25 at least.
Okay. 25.
Remember, Pass Without Trace will give the bonuses to all of you. It will do nothing for the carpet.
Right.
Yeah, we know.
You mean the carpet doesn't get better still?
No.
Oh,
Poor carpet.
All right.
rude.
How high do you wish to fly?
I think 25. We're going to go cautiously. And if it feels like we need to go higher, we'll go higher.
The carpet has a movement rate of 40, so you can go anywhere from 0 to 40 per round.
Okay.
So if you want to move slower, you certainly can.
I don't know. I feel like I'm
I
making
think
all the...
you're doing right.
Okay. I hate...
25 sounds like a good place to start.
All right. We'll do 25 feet up in the air, and then how close are we to the thing? How close are we to the
Hard
light?
to tell.
Oh,
A
'cause
ways
it's a
off
desert.
still. It's desert, it's night.
We're gonna go 40 for a bit, and then when we're, I don't know, about a mile out. How's that?
Sounds
Start
good.
slowing down and going a little more cautiously. If we can tell what a mile out is, because hashtag mirage. But it's
Yes.
night, so that's anti-mirage. I don't know.
Is that a spell?
It is,
Anti-mirage.
actually.
What mirage is?
There's a mirage spell, I believe.
Our anti-mirage.
Oh. About maybe 45 minutes at full speed brings into sharper focus the source of this light. It's an enormous number of torches.
Torches.
And in the distance, some sort of circular encampment of some kind.
In the distance, so far away from the torches?
No, that's the torches. Is
Okay.
some sort of encampment.
Hmm.
Hard to get a real good idea of size, being still at a distance.
Would you like me to scout ahead?
What is the terrain? Is it all flat? Are there some dunes?
There are
What
some dunes. The encampment seems to be in a semi-flat-ish bowl between two high dunes.
And your pass without a trace leaves no
Right.
footprints.
Yes.
Plus, winged boots
Right.
leave
Zero
no footprints at all.
And I can also basically become invisible at will.
Right. I say we duck down behind a hill and let her go scout forward.
All right.
Okay, so I...
Do you... Hold on, 1 sec.
Sure.
Zoreth, do you land the carpet, or do you just bring it down to a very low hover?
Down to like a foot off the ground.
Okay.
So she can just not necessarily step out, but flutter off with her wings, her booted wings,
All right.
her winged boots.
And
Gwenlaryn?
I'll use Nature's Veil to become magically invisible.
And if you would, I know this will be a hardship, please make a stealth check.
200?
Yeah. She has ceased to exist to anyone on the planet but herself.
28.
Oh, that's...
Acceptable?
I thought it was going to be like much higher.
And did you add
82.
the 10 for pass without trace?
Oh, 38.
38. Yeah,
see,
that's
what I thought.
more what I was expecting.
Okay.
Mhm.
Forgot about that.
Just over the rise of one of the dunes on either side of the bowl, the camp comes into crystal clear focus. There have got to be close to 4 dozen camels.
It's a lot of camels.
Careful,
There
they spit.
are tents that have been set up. There are several large fire pits over which there is meat roasting. And although hard to see at first, a longer study of the encampment shows there is low movement in a continuing circular motion around the outside of the encampment.
Can I tell what's making the movement?
Make a perception check.
That would be a 23.
It's something moving beneath the surface.
Oh. Would I be able to tell based on the type of encampment whose encampment this might be?
At this distance, no. If you wanted to get closer, you might be
do.
able to start making out some details on the people.
I do, but I don't want to get too close to the moving sand.
So a little higher up off the ground.
Yeah.
All right. Assuming you are about 100 feet away at this point, how much closer do you want to go?
I would go to within 50 feet, but no further.
All right. Then make an investigation check as you are looking for specific clues or signs, something that will give you an idea.
16.
There are lots of people. There's clearly a hierarchy of the people in the camp. Many are sitting in clumps, while others are seated around the fires. The ones in clumps, not dressed anywhere near as well. They seem listless.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, having been in a Jogravanan camp before, is there any kind of markings that would indicate that that's what I'm looking at now?
Unfortunately, you can't quite see well enough from 50 feet out to be able to tell. It looks like a very, very large group of travelers.
I'll go 10 feet closer.
Make another investigation check.
I just don't have enough points in investigation. 16.
You are closer.
I am closer.
Mm-hmm.
That might help.
Nothing
Well.
seems to be leaping out at you.
Okay.
The groups that are clumped do appear to be dirtier.
Okay. I'm going to expend one of my ranger spell slots to check using my primeval awareness. That will tell me whether there are any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fey fiends, or undead within 6 miles of me.
Smart. Are there sand snakes in the desert? Big sand snakes?
There are some, but none close by.
Good.
What you pick up far out in the desert, nothing in the camp triggers your awareness.
Okay. I'm going to start moving back toward the others.
Ah,
I just had a thought. All right. You make your way back.
All right. When I get back, I say, I tell them exactly what I've seen, that there are a number of people in an encampment. There is a clear hierarchy where some are clearly poor and perhaps not well treated. And then I tell them about the movement, the circular movement under the sands. And I tell them, though, that I did reach out with my awareness, and that at least close by, I didn't detect those things, although I did sense it further away. And then I throw in there that this could be a Jogravanan encampment.
Do you, looking back at what you were looking at, do you think they could be slaves?
I think
Were
they
they-
could. Yes.
Were they okay?
Because there were a number of people grouped together, all of whom seemed to be similarly clothed and downtrodden, I guess would be a good word.
how many people were there?
I give them my best guess.
Probably close to 100 total.
And of those, how many would have been the downtrodden ones?
The majority.
So like 60-40 or
About
75-25?
about 60-40 seems close.
Okay. I tell them that. You know, I have a powerful need to get a little revenge on the Jogravana. And if they are enslaved, it would be really nice to be able to free those individuals.
It would.
40 Jogravana is going to be a bit much for even us.
It would,
Our,
if they saw us coming.
our mission is to just find information.
This is true. But we could also cause a little trouble while we're here. Maybe nothing that I mean, maybe not overthrow them, but maybe just mess with them a little.
Our mission is to just get information.
That's true. That is our mission.
Trust me, I would love to mess with these people.
Costas would really be amused.
He would, but he won't be all that happy if we die.
I don't know. If it was an amusing death, he might be okay with it.
But right now, we need to stay on task.
40 is quite a bit.
Like I said, I'm not planning to take on 40, but if we could mess with some people, like maybe set a little something on fire, for example, that
Not
might be
right
fun.
now.
Maybe on the way back,
Yeah.
but not right now.
I mean, sometimes torches, you know.
Maybe on the way back.
Yeah, right now is not a good choice.
Okay. Unless an opportunity really presents itself.
We're not eating the crew.
Unless we need to.
But we
There's no
but we might.
there's no reason.
If there were.
There's not.
But when we run out of food,
We won't.
But if we did.
There's no reason. Oh gosh. Okay, sorry. I'm distracted.
We digress.
We digress.
Who's Greg?
Just an influencer online.
Oh, okay.
what would you like to do?
Set the camp on fire.
I think we should go far around.
I agree right now.
That's what I would like to do.
That's what they would like to do.
Such a troublemaker.
A little bit.
So we're going to get on the carpet and skirt around in about the same direction we were headed. Can we wait before we do this? Can we tell which way they were coming from and which way they're headed? Gwen, would she have been able to remember in her lookings which way they were coming from, it looks like?
If there were tracks, a group that large should have left considerable tracks.
Make an intelligence check. Just a straight intelligence check. It wasn't something you were actively looking for. So let's see if it impacted.
17.
Come to think of it, there was a large trail that seemed to come from the south-southwest. Based on what Gaegho told you, that would be kind of the direction of the temple. Basically, that would be at least that general direction. And she did mention something about the Jogravanans mounting large caravans.
So then I think we should go north-northeast. Like, if they're going that way, to see if we can get a jump on the Oasis before they get there. And, I mean, that's what we're kind of trying to do is see what we can see. And since we don't really know where we're headed, quote unquote, the idea that they would be driving in a straight line to where they're going would make the most sense.
From what Gwen observed, what little bit of the path that she saw that she observed, it looked like they were attempting not to climb hills if they didn't have to.
So they're familiar with traveling in the desert.
And they were, the path was already curving out around the hills, trying to stay either in a valley or in a flat area.
Didn't we watch these people for a little bit? I mean,
Do we want to?
Yes.
I mean, we're here to find out what the Jogravanans are up to, and we have Jogravanans, right? So isn't this why we're here?
Yes.
How close do we want to get? How much do we want to watch? Question.
I'd like to get pretty close, but I don't want to mess with whatever that is under the sand.
That's what I was just going to say. If we set up the hut and, you know, will this thing know that we've set up the hut in the ground, even if we are, you know, 2 feet up off the sand on the carpet? You know, I don't want to take that chance. So how would you like to do this, everybody?
I don't know.
We've still got a ways before bedtime,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
DM? Okay. We took a little resty rest in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Are you thinking we should attack?
No.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
trying to figure out how to get us closer without getting us too close. Because if we make a dome and color it the same color as the sand, we can observe out that way. However, I don't want to put the dome in the sand if there is a sand snake roaming around.
Zorith, would you make a history check for me, please?
Oh, I would love to.
I'm imagining like Beetlejuice right now, like the weird snake thing.
13 plus 15.
15 is enough.
Oh, thank goodness.
Doesn't someone amongst your group have a spyglass?
That'd be me.
Thought of that earlier, and then I had to run. For a
Well,
second.
if you give it to me, I can go back and spy again. Scout.
I will sit there for a couple minutes and then think, oh, I have a spyglass, and I'll get it out and I'll pass it to you and I'll be like, try this time.
Oh, yeah, that would be super helpful.
That would have been super helpful the first time. I'll have to write that on my, because you know what's so funny? I was actually thinking about looking at the stars, you know. I'm an idiot.
That was my earlier.
Oh,
I just
got
went,
it.
doesn't somebody have a spyglass?
Somebody does, but does she remember? No.
Well, we do have a few things to keep track of.
Right.
Just a couple.
Just a couple. So I'm going to. Is Pass Without Trace still up?
What's the duration?
An hour.
Yes.
Then I will go back to where I was before.
Okay.
I'll start with 50 feet out from the ripple under the sand and see what I can see with the spyglass. If that isn't enough, I'll move forward the extra 10 feet.
All right. So if you would, make an investigation check with advantage.
Ooh. Need all the help. Well, actually, I didn't need help that time. 21. I'll roll again, but I'm not going to beat that roll. Yeah, 21.
It takes a bit to get used to the spyglass, but it does bring the people into clearer focus. The people in the clusters do not look healthy.
Like
You-
undead or
No, just malnourished, suffering from heat exhaustion, probably thirsty. Whereas the figures around the cooking fires look weathered but healthy, cleaner. And glinting in the firelight, one of the figures has a medallion around his neck that looks like a lightning bolt shattering a mountain.
would I know what that is? I mean, have I seen that on Jogravana before?
Make a history check.
$15.
You remember that symbol very clearly because one of the people who originally tore you from your family was wearing a symbol like that.
Well, shit.
It's the holy symbol of Zuthos, the head of the evil pantheon of gods.
Oh no.
So the people that took me from my family, were they Jagravanan or were they? I mean, they weren't from Thunder's Edge. I ended up there, right? But
But they're evil.
they're evil.
Your memories of that are not clear. They've never been completely clear. But
Well, you were young and it was very traumatizing.
Right.
this memory that has surfaced upon seeing this holy symbol in such crystal clarity through the spyglass has brought back the image of a cruel-looking woman on a horse directing the people that took you. It's just that flash.
And this was that in the desert as well?
Yes.
Are there children?
Oh no.
In the group?
Yes.
No.
Phew.
No.
Thank goodness. Otherwise, we would have lost Gwen. She would have run in. She would have died.
Leroy Jenkins!
Pretty much.
At least I got chicken.
Y'all saw where that was going. I mean, it's true. If there were kids there, it.
Yeah, I know. It's a trigger.
Hopefully they come gotten us first.
I might have thrown you a message.
Do you have message?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Hey guys, I'm
Just
going
fought
in.
really hard.
That wouldn't have worked, babe.
Well,
You'd have heard her battle cry.
right. See? Threw you a message. It might have been more along the lines of, oh, hell no, you didn't.
Oh, hell no.
Exactly.
No, there are no children in this group.
That I can see.
Everyone visible at this point is clearly an adult.
Okay. And I'm at the 50-foot mark.
Yes.
I'm going to go to the 40-foot mark where I was before and see if I can see better.
Okay. What in particular are you looking for at this point?
I want to look at the faces of the people that are well dressed and see if, well, first of all, if I recognize anyone.
Okay.
But also if I can see if they are, if they're Jogravana, and I mean, I know that they're part of this evil group, but I'm trying to find out who they are beyond that.
Go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage.
It's a natural kraken, so 22.
Woot.
Not a lot of new information from this look. However, you do spot another person, a woman, older, not pretty, sitting at one of the fires, and around her neck is a medallion of 3 bright green teardrops.
Would I recognize that?
Again, make a history check.
21.
While not having any personal experience with this particular deity or representatives thereof, this is the symbol of Gaegho, who is the goddess of poison, disease, and acids.
So we've got a god of evil and a goddess of poison and death.
Yeah,
That's evil too.
You've got the representative of the god of murder and war for hire. And then the goddess of poison, diseases, and acids.
Mercenaries.
Can I tell anything more about the creature or creatures under the sand?
Make another investigation check with advantage.
That's an 18, so 20. Dirty 20.
It must be luck to be looking in just the right place at the right time to see a creature emerge briefly before going back down into the sands. Gaegho told you about the creatures that she saw that were basically centaurs with scorpion bodies instead of horse bodies. That's what you just saw come up out of the sand.
Do I get a sense, based on the one I observed, how many there might be to create this circle?
Make an intelligence check.
Do it, girl.
15.
That's not bad. That's average.
Well, intelligence isn't my highest stat.
Right.
somewhere between maybe 3 and 6 dozen.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Make Gwen, make a history check.
13.
Do you remember Gaegho said something about an amount of these things, but you can't remember exactly what she said. Maybe one of the others can.
Okay. I stealthily head back to the rest of the group.
Good
All right.
goddess.
Make a stealth check.
Um, 20 math 6.
20 math.
20 math
math.
6.
And did you
20
add
math.
the pass
I
without
did
trace?
not. 36.
36. Okay.
Woohoo for pass without a trace.
You are able to return just as the spell wears off.
Ooh.
I
Good, good.
report everything, including the information about the god whose followers are here, the goddess whose followers are here, and the 3 to 6 dozen of the nasty centaur scorpion thingies.
So I'm going to remember what Gaegho said.
You are.
What did she
She
say?
said there were enough of them to be able to walk a continuous circle around the caravan.
Around the Jogravana caravan?
Yes.
The one she observed, yes.
That is not good.
So
Did
it's
she
a-
suggest why that's happening? Is that is that their protection?
She didn't say.
I'm going to guess it's protection.
The people that are enslaved, well, I'm sure to tell them that the followers of this particular evil god are the people that took me from my family, and the people that they have captured are exhausted. They are suffering from heat exhaustion and dehydration, and they are probably about to be sold into slavery or indentured servitude, as I was.
Unfortunately, 3 to 6 dozen in the sands on top of the 40.
I'm not
Make this-
suggesting that we do this
Okay.
solo.
Oh,
We do have backup.
we have called on her for a lot of things.
We have. Can you think of a better reason?
Okay.
Do the people, did they look like they, well, I might have to go back, so they're not feeding them, right, and giving them,
Right.
but
They are thin, they're dirty, they look exhausted and miserable.
that maybe occasionally they do, like, do you think there's any empty containers near them?
I didn't see any empty containers.
How many slaves were there?
Probably around 60.
I don't know what to do. Just honestly, get to the oasis before they do, I think. We know what the Jogravanans are doing now.
What do we know they're doing? They're protecting their camp
Trading their slaves.
and they're capturing people.
We're
They're
just going to leave these people with them?
I don't want to leave these people with them. I mean, if we go to the oasis,
just-
there may be additional Jogravan there.
I just shake my head. I don't know what you want to do then.
I don't think the 4 of us can take that many.
I'm not suggesting we do. I'm suggesting that we consider getting back up?
They are Jogravanans. They are they're clerics.
I want to try to remember what exactly Tremaine said.
Tremaine said he wanted us to find out what they're doing, why they haven't tried to attack in quite a while, and what's keeping them busy.
He specifically wanted to know if they were massing for some sort of never before seen mega attack, or if something had distracted them.
It's definitely a distraction.
I think this is just their normal MO.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Although,
why would
you?
you? All right, so to DM, how did I get from Tremaine to from these people to Tremaine? Did those from Thunder's Edge defeat the group that had me, or did they trade for me?
You don't know. That's still not clear in your memory. Up until this point,
You didn't remember anything at all.
had thought, or at least considered the possibility, that it was people from Thunder's Edge who had taken you from your family. But that flash of memory seems to indicate that maybe that is not the story.
Wouldn't I know, though, whether Thunder's Edge trades with Jogravannan? Whether they do business together?
They
I mean,
absolutely do not.
I didn't think so.
No, they absolutely do not. They are as opposed to the temple and everything it stands for as any part of Aecathan could be.
My guess is they rescued you. That's my guess.
So, would these different clerics all worship at the same temple?
No.
As they're both evil?
No.
No?
No.
But it's similar to like the Sanctum, right? Where there's Torora and there's Dressfiend and there's
That's what I was trying to find out.
Costas. This is the evil pantheon versus the good pantheon, right?
Right.
So they're the same. The Jogravanans worship the evil pantheon. There's what, 4 of them?
But they
Yes.
wouldn't all be at the same temple?
Not the
No.
same. Well, the Temple of Jogravana is like the city, but there's probably, I would think, temple or shrines to each of the evil gods there.
Okay.
But they'd have their own
Yeah.
separate things similar to the Sanctum where they were all had their own, right?
Everybody go ahead and make me a history check. Let's see what you know.
My history and religion are the same, so I
Good
won't.
roll.
Must
21.
Not bad. 23.
Jeez, you guys.
I rolled a 19.
I just got a dirty 20.
Okay.
14. Poop.
Aribell. One of the lessons that you remember from your time training at the Sanctum was talking about the differences in how the various religions worked with, around, and amongst each other. The Faleferi Sanctum, everyone worships their own way, but they all try to work together to help each other.
Imagine the Jogravanans are backstabbers.
Those who worship the gods of neutrality at Citadel Krikizaki tend to be very isolationist. They will communicate with each other, they will speak to each other, but seldom do friendships or partnerships form between the various religions. They all tend to stay pretty much to themselves. And what you were told about the Jogravanans is that they are constantly seeking to put their own deity before all else, including the other three. The only time that the worshippers of Zuara or Rexthar or Godola will cooperate with each other is in opposition to the plans of the Church of Zuthos. Because Zuthos is recognized as the head of their particular pantheon, and anything that could be done to unseat Zuthos would pave the way for one of the other three to assume control of the evil pantheon.
And Zuthos, we know, is the pre-shattering god that arranged the whole dragon thing.
Correct.
Alright.
You have dealt with clerics of Rexthar before. They are the clerics who were stationed with the bandits.
Right. And Park followed Zuara, right? Trickery.
Yes. The one you have not encountered a follower of yet is Godola.
Poison one.
Yeah. But there's one right down there at the camp if you want to go talk to her.
You know,
No.
I'm a pass.
Okay.
I volunteer.
If it's dark, can we get close to the camp?
Okay, remember, there's something about Jogravanans. They can always, like, they can see through any invisibility spells.
They may have that anti-magic field. That's the one
Well,
that
I mean, it depends on what they are and who they follow, right? I mean, it's not all Jogravanans.
We don't know that. We don't know enough about Jogravanans, but we do know that they tend to see through invisibility spells.
I'm not asking about casting invisibility. I'm just, when it's dark, can we get close to the camp is what I'm asking.
I got as close as I dared to, knowing how I got captured last time.
And how close did you get?
This time, I got within 40 feet.
The two people who could get close without getting discovered would be Gwen and I.
Well, with Gwen's abilities.
Right. But I mean, like, you guys aren't sneaky. So,
Why do you want to go back to the camp?
I want to see if we can't free them, if I can at least help them.
No.
Oh my gosh.
You can teleport us out. I mean, it's not like we're in super danger. I cannot leave those people.
Same.
We haven't learned enough. We need to do more recon. We
We're
haven't
some
found
of the most skilled people in this entire country. If we can't help them, no one can.
Wow.
What I'm saying is that we have to stay on mission right now. On the way back, if we encounter them again, then we can maybe help them. But until
not
we're
dead
done
by
with our mission,
What'd you say, Aribell?
But if they're not dead by then. So we only go and help.
We're dragons.
We risked everything to free your town. Are these people not worth the same?
We had help. There were not 6 dozen centaurs with scorpion bodies, and
we had way more help.
I'm not saying I want to go fight them. I'm saying, can we get close enough that I can give these people a chance to survive until we can get to them more?
Don't you think
what is your
they'll
plan?
notice?
What is your plan?
Well, if we're gone by the time they notice because it's dark,
What if we
What-
drop in from above, invisible, and
can we
cast the mansion?
can we fly up above them and you cast rope trick and then we climb down the rope just so I can get close enough to do what I want to do?
How many people could go into the mansion?
Can we teleport the mansion?
No.
No, but if we got in and cast the
I don't think we
mansion,
can get out.
The
What?
mansion can only stay up for 24 hours.
right?
Yeah, and
I
they
don't
will
think
be
we can
waiting
get them
for
out.
us.
I just want to get close enough to heal a few of them that I can and drop some food and water in their pens, and then we go.
I don't know. I think the mansion thing is brilliant because
I can do all of that from 30 feet away. That's
Oh my god.
There were no pens. They're just sitting in clusters.
the
Okay.
desert is their pen.
Okay.
I mean, because
The-
where are they going to go?
The moment you cast a spell, you're going to be found out.
from 30 feet away if they're looking at me.
The moment you cast a spell, it's going to be like a beacon to them.
You don't know that.
I'm pretty sure, because you're good and they're evil. They're
So
gonna sense that shit. It's gonna hurt them. They're gonna be pissed off about it.
Well,
All right. So instead of thinking about what wouldn't work, let's brainstorm some ideas for what could work, given our
Okay.
limited resources and the fact that half of us want to do something.
Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't want to do something, but I also don't want to do something that is going to A, get us killed, and B, keep us from finishing our mission.
Well, remember, Tremaine asked this of us. He's not our boss.
no, we get to choose what we do.
And I don't, for me, there's no mission higher than the one that has been put before us right now.
So Aurora would
Alright.
not have led us here if we weren't supposed to help them.
Oh boy.
oh
Alright.
boy.
Alright.
I choose life. My life. Right now. Because there are 6 dozen centaurs.
Not saying we're going to take them on.
I have not heard a plan yet.
Well, we've tried. The idea is we should be coming up with a plan together.
I am perfectly fine with someone producing a plan.
Do you have any ideas?
I tried to talk through one, but
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being really negative. I hear your points about Tremaine is not our boss, and that is a different parameter for me. So let me think about it for just a minute.
So you want to not sneak to within 30 feet, heal some people from a distance, and then teleport?
I'm all about the being sneaky. But what are you trying to tell us, DM?
He's not trying to tell us anything.
No, he keeps putting his finger up. He's trying to get our attention.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever you're going to do, if you don't mind, try not to get yourselves killed, because I don't particularly want to die trying to keep your fool asses alive.
Ooh, is that the carpet?
It's a voice.
who do we hear or see?
I pull my arrows and prepare.
Who is it?
It's an elven gentleman. blonde hair, relatively pale skin, dressed in sandy black leathers. He's just kind of crouched down outside the dome.
And he
Or
can
no, you
hear
didn't
us?
put the dome up. That's right, you
No.
didn't put the dome up this time.
You can
So
hear through the dome
He's
anyway.
yeah. He's just kind of crouched in the sand. And
Hello.
he
Have we
looks-
ever
You
seen
are?
him before?
No.
And you are?
Tired, hungry, and not at all looking forward to the idea of wading in to try and rescue a fool's mission.
Why would you have any role in rescuing us?
It's what I've been paid for.
By?
Someone.
Detect
See,
evil? What is it?
Hmm?
All right.
Sense
Is he
motive?
evil? Oh, sense motive.
There
What is
isn't
it?
such a thing in this.
Insight.
Insight check.
And then can't somebody check to see if someone's evil or not?
25.
25.
22 on insight and detect evil and good. Actually, I don't know. Detect evil and good though tells you what her thing does. Aberration, celestial, elemental. It doesn't do the same as
It doesn't like it used to.
no.
Dang.
The
So insight's our best
25s,
chance.
Yes.
the 25s and the 23. Zorth, what did you get?
Oh, I didn't.
Were you okay? I didn't know if you were going to. You don't have to.
I rolled a natural one. So
Okay.
I am just flabbergasted and flummoxed and like all up in my like ready to.
For the other 3,
Mm.
he seems to be too annoyed to be lying,
Yeah.
but you also get the sense that were he not paid, he could give two shits if you die or not.
Fantastic. Well, I don't know who you are, and I don't know who's hired you, but I tend to believe that you were actually hired to check on us. So that being said,
I was
I-
hired to protect you,
well,
which is
that's-
why I chose to actually step out of the shadows I've been in following you since you left Thunder's Edge,
If
and
you were
tell
hired,
you that you're being morons.
Well, could you elaborate there?
No, he's just going to tell you more about how you're a moron.
You've seen the camp, or at least had it described to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hornet's nest that
It
will
is.
kill you,
Mm-hmm.
and nothing I can do would stop that. I would die with you, or more appropriately, once I established that I was not able to save you, I would flee.
I want to look at him specifically. How is he dressed? Like how does one man think he's going to save the four of us who supposedly are so fancy? Is he in a cleric's outfit, and is he a ranger outfit? What is he in?
I think he's a ranger.
He is wearing studded leather. He has a long bow across his back. He has twin rapiers at his hip.
I'm gonna ask him that.
And he is wearing a cloak that you notice the parts that are laying on the ground are blending into the sand pretty nicely.
Right. Okay. So supposedly we're kind of a big deal. Supposedly, who are you to come rescue the 4 of us.
I don't want to rescue you. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to even be speaking to you. But I have been paid to assist.
Then why did you take the job?
Because it was a lot of money.
So if someone wants us protected, they would know we'd be suspicious of you. One thing that would allay our fears would be knowing who hired you.
It's Athgar, obviously.
I don't care how you feel about me. That's not relevant to this. That's not relevant to my job. I simply decided to step out and tell you that any thoughts of getting even the slightest bit closer to that encampment is suicide.
Well, then you might as well run now.
And none of your business.
Yes.
I've been paid, so it's my business.
Well,
Okay.
I don't care that
Then
you've been
hopefully the
paid.
person who paid you told you that we would listen to you and that we're stubborn and we'll do what we want.
Very
exactly
well.
what she
It's
said.
the right thing.
It's a stupid thing. It can't possibly succeed. You put yourself in mortal peril. And for what?
It's what we do
And for what?
for those people.
To feed a few hungry people and maybe give them some water. Oh, boo-hoo.
Can we just kill him?
It's kind of. If I wasn't. Well, I'm not a lawful good paladin, but I'm a good paladin, so.
I would think that, based on what I have heard about you, that you have some other destiny than dying here in the middle of the desert because a few people are thirsty.
I think we determine our own destiny, and anybody that would know us well enough to hire you would know that we're not going to take advice on our destiny from a stranger who won't even tell us his employer's name.
No.
So tell us the name or get out. Go away.
Very well. And he swirls the cloak around his shoulders, and you lose sight of him.
Good riddance.
Bye-bye.
While you were
You're
gone,
off
they
the elf?
basically no, they basically told him to screw off, and so he did.
Good.
I
Yes.
Okay. So can I ask my questions?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we can take the carpet up high, correct?
Yes.
And then if we are up in the air, then you could cast rope trick, correct? And we could go in the rope trick above the camp.
You're muted.
Yes.
Now remember, rope trick lasts for 1 hour.
Right.
Yes.
and it's not very long. It's like 10 feet.
Correct.
60-foot rope.
How much?
60-foot rope.
Really? I didn't think it
You
was that
touch
far.
says you touch a length of rope that's up to 60 foot long.
So then 50 is what we've got.
What's your range for your spell, Pam?
One is 30 and one is 60.
Okay.
So
Okay, are you done asking your questions?
no,
You have more?
I have more.
Okay.
So if we are, everybody is in the extra dimensional, well, whatever space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I can pop down maybe with Gwen's boots. So I could fly back up faster than climbing, right?
Mhm.
Could cast the spell. I could cast the ones from 60 feet. They may or may not notice those because it's 60 feet away. And then if they don't notice those, I could drop down to the 30, cast the 2 spells, and go back up.
I don't think you should go get down there. I think that's too risky.
So, but you could do it 30 feet up, right?
Yes,
So all I have to do is poke my head out, cast, and come back, and they wouldn't be able to see me.
correct.
And then we wait 59 minutes. Then we just come barely out of the rope trick, and Zori teleports us an hour back from where we are now. That would let me get 2 mass cure wounds, which would let me heal 12 people. And if I cast create food and water twice, that's enough food and water to feed 30 people.
How many people can you teleport?
She only teleports 6 people, I think, or 8, 6 or 8. But, I mean, we wouldn't be in much danger. They can't attack us in the hole.
What are we gonna do with the carpet?
Roll it up and carry it with us?
Yeah, we're gonna
It's-
have to.
Okay, so how are you casting the thing, and where we fly into the thing and roll it up?
Well, once we cast rope trick, we climb into it and pull the rug in behind us.
Meanwhile, while not being detected. On the offhand chance that we aren't quiet enough.
I mean, it doesn't make a lot of noise to ride a magic carpet. But if it helps, I can cast Pass Without Trace, and then we'd be silent and hard to
Okay.
see.
Carpet doesn't make noise. It doesn't
That's
talk.
That's what I'm saying.
I think instead of doing the rope trick, that we're better off just being on the carpet, doing the spells from a distance, and teleporting.
As long as we're holding on to the carpet, it will go with us, right?
How about this?
Is that true, Nikki? I don't know.
It's what you're carrying, so
Well, technically, if you're riding the carpet is carrying you.
I will lay down and wrap my arms around the carpet.
So my point is if we're on the carpet, can we do teleport from the carpet?
No,
And the carpet will stay with us.
no.
Okay.
Why don't we use teleport as a last resort and just use Pass Without Trace? Which
No,
makes
we're better off teleporting.
if we can get in using Pass Without Trace, why wouldn't we be able to get out the same way?
Well, once we start casting, it'll make it easier to find us.
Okay.
But if that's why I was thinking, if we were up in the rope trick, then you can roll the carpet and then we are carrying it to teleport, right? So
But my point is that that's a lot of things. Like we should make this as simple as possible.
Yes. Simple is good.
So if we just pass without a trace, have the what? Stop
you don't have to
shaking
go,
your-
Zori. You can stay back here.
Oh,
She's the one that's going to cast teleport.
Well,
Right,
if she doesn't want to
'cause
go,
I'm-
I'm not going to make her go, but I'm not going to not help these people.
I understand that. I'm just trying to come up with the most simple way to execute this and get the hell out of here.
How about this? Why don't you two stay here and and just
Nope. We're not separating the party.
so that you can message and call for backup, and Zori can teleport.
Who am I teleporting where if we're split? I
You can
mean,
teleport to get us,
And then what?
She won't
And
really
then
get us
we're
out. She can only
stuck.
cast
and
it
then call
once.
for dragons.
We can't call for dragons if we.
oh my god. Oh my
Why not?
god. Oh my god, I
Because they wouldn't
cannot.
get here before we were dead.
I cannot. I will let you all figure out what you're doing, and then
All right. Number 1, we're not separating the party. We're
Okay.
not Number 2, if we're gonna do this,
You're muted. That's not helpful.
what's really funny is I can hear yelling from upstairs.
Right. As can we all.
Well, Pam.
Right.
But she's yelling at me, so that's probably okay.
Oh my god.
I will stop yelling. I will stop
Okay.
yelling, but I am still muted.
Okay. What if we get close, 30 feet close, using Pass Without a Trace? Pam does her spells, and then we teleport out.
30 feet out. How far outer is the circle?
Oh, that's a good question. How far out is the circle?
Which circle?
The circle of scorpion things.
The barrier of scorpion thingies.
The undulating sand circle is
Uh-huh.
about 9 feet wide. There's probably 10 feet between it and the edge of the encampment.
Oh, okay. So if
And
we're 30
The
feet out.
the outer edge of the encampment is Camels.
How far away are the camels to the people? What's the distance there?
Right next to them.
So it goes people, then camels, then
Scorpions?
scorpion.
Well, working from the outside in, it goes scorpions 8-9 feet in width, and then about 10 feet, and then camels, so about 6-7 feet, and then you get the edge of the clumps along the outside.
So that's about 25 feet just to get to the outside
right.
ring, and the clumps are not there. I don't see feasibly how this will work. I understand that you want to do something, but to let these people 12, which 12? Why those 12? Will there other people? I mean,
I would try to look for I would look and try and identify who was the most worse off health-wise. I mean, that's healing. I mean, if anybody had visible wounds or looked to be.
but
I mean, I'm a skilled healer, not just as a cleric, but a practical healer too. I should be able to have a good idea of who might be ill, injured.
I don't see how you're going to get close enough.
Well, I can look with the spyglass, right?
No, my point is, if it's 25 feet to the outer rim, we're going to have to be right next to the damn scorpions to cast anything.
Well, the healing I can do from 60 feet. It's the food that's 30.
Okay, so I think we're better off not casting the food.
I will say, however, much like Khan in Wrath of Khan, you're thinking two-dimensionally. You have a flying carpet.
Right, we're going to be above them.
No, I am saying that we should not be flying on the carpet at all. Because how are we going to teleport from the carpet? We can't.
Not and take the carpet with us.
Not unless we want to leave the carpet.
Well,
So that's why I'm saying we should be on the ground. The carpet should be rolled up.
well, can't we fly without the carpet?
2 people. Gwen carrying Aribell, if that's how you want to do it. And then
Tasha can cast fly, right?
That's splitting the party up, though.
No, if we're
Like-
all together.
Why are we all going to make ourselves targets to cast something and teleport?
So that
So that
We
when we
don't use the
teleport, we're
carpet.
together.
you said that the issue with teleporting was the carpet.
So I was
Yeah.
trying
So
to
she's just
carpet out.
eliminated the
That's
carpet.
true. But that just means more casting. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Before we get there, though, I mean, we won't be casting that close.
so Tasha's gonna cast fly on herself, hold me. Meanwhile, I'm gonna be holding on to Aribell, who's holding on to
Yeah,
Gwen.
And
no,
fly.
Gwen's gonna hold on to Aribell, I think.
Right, but when I have to teleport, I'm pretty sure.
You don't
Oh,
have
we
to
all
be
have-
touching.
No, we just have to be within a certain distance of each other. We don't have to touch each other.
Oh, because it's not. Okay.
Okay, so we all fly, and we get how close?
55 feet, I guess.
Well, yeah, we
can't-
get within 60 feet, and
You're not
And
going to have
she-
time to choose more than just your 12. You're going to have to just pick 12 and do it. Right?
Well, how far can I see with the spyglass?
From up here, you can spy on the camp from the top of the dune.
So can I look here and look at people?
should we have a distraction?
No, because we're trying to be sneaky. So the idea is, it's like a strike team. Okay,
I understand, but sometimes it's easier to be sneaky in one area if you're distracting them to look in a different area.
Especially at night. You know, what if we cast a fireball 100 feet away? That would distract them.
I was thinking more along the lines of an animal or something.
not an animal.
I'm looking.
I like the distraction idea. But I mean, with ranged spells, we could cast something far away.
Right. I don't
Right.
have. I
Right.
can't cast an animal. I can't cast an animal. I didn't take that spell. But maybe somebody else has something where they can either make an image, use our own mirage.
I don't trust that because some of the people can see through illusions and stuff.
Yeah.
I would think casting something like a big old fireball 100 feet away, they're going to want to know what's going on over there.
Does anybody have like conjure animal or an elemental or something like that?
Elemental.
I can
Didn't
only
we just
control
get
one
like
at a
a
time.
wand.
No, I have the ring, but I can only control one that's there. I can't summon one.
I see.
And I believe her fireball could be traced. Right. They track it back to where it comes from.
That's why I was trying to think of something more natural, something that might just be in the environment anyway, like an animal, so that it's not like, hey, look, there must be a magic caster nearby. Which fireball is kind of a dead giveaway.
If we did the fireball before we went over there?
Still is saying there's a caster nearby.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, so we fly in, we do our stuff. 20 seconds, 24 seconds. Can we go?
Okay.
No, did you just say 24 seconds?
3 rounds?
Are you kidding me?
No, it's going to be 1 round.
One round. That's all you get.
You're going to
So
cast...
it's only 6 people.
You're trying to save 6 people. You certainly... I don't want a metagame, but I will.
What?
I just... Yeah. The metagaming pigeon is flying over my shoulder strongly.
Okay.
Okay, so 24 seconds, 3 rounds is a really long time. And we don't have that because it would have to be... I mean, like... What?
2 rounds?
I'm just gonna pretend you didn't even ask that, but...
So...
I
mean,
think
you
at this
could-
point, it's getting to the point where what we can do is not equal to the task. I mean, so the cost benefit ratio is declining with every discussion of how long we can spend versus how many people we can help. My goal was to like get in and out undetected, and it's sounding less and less like that's something we can do.
That was kind of where I was at to begin with. So we're going to get detected, which is why we have to do this really quick and then teleport away, if we do it at all.
I also want to point out, teleport can be counterspelled.
Oh.
The other thing is, if we help these people and bolt, and what we've done is detected, we may make their lives more difficult. They may take it out on the people that we leave behind.
And if there
We
are...
might as well just turn around and go back to Thunder's Edge if we're not going to do anything out here to help anybody.
I think we need
Why
backup.
are we here?
I'm not saying we shouldn't help. I'm just thinking that what we can do with our current available options is limited.
But I'm just
I think we
asking
need
if
more help.
the Oasis is going to have more. We're not doing anything. If we're not doing anything, then why are we here? Let's go back.
Okay, let's go
I'm
back.
just-
I mean, if
if
we
we're
went
not
back,
literally-
then maybe
we're not
we can
doing
get
anything
help.
to help people. Why are we here? 'Cause that's what we do. We don't leave people worse off than when we found them.
Can we get help from the dragons?
If we go back and get reinforcements, we might be able to do something about
Thunder's
this.
Edge is not going to come into the desert, and they don't care. Their job is to protect Aecathan from the Jogravanans coming. They're not going to bring the fight to the Jogravanans. That's not what they do.
Okay, fine.
We
Then
don't help these people.
If we're
go
going
back-
to help these people, we need to have a better plan of action that will help more people. Right?
Yes.
How do you choose 6 people and let them spend an extra day with more healing than they had before, but they continue on?
Food and water buys them days, not one.
We can't
Then
do
if
food
we-
and water. We're
if-
only doing healing, remember?
If we give them food and water, it's going
we
to
might-
get
I said,
poisoned
then let's
or it's
leave.
going to get taken from them.
Then we should
They
leave.
will not get to keep it.
So I wanted to do it in the dark, so maybe that wouldn't get discovered. Let's just go.
It's-
There's nothing to do here.
If we leave and we get help from the dragons and put
The
together
dragons already told us they don't meddle in human affairs. They're not going to come help. That's why they wouldn't help with Straussmans. They're not going to help here.
Okay.
This
So
is what
you're saying that
we go.
okay, so when we did Strothman's though, we did get people to help us.
Does anybody have Dimension Door?
No. So let's go.
Why are you asking about Dimension Door?
Because that might be a possibility. We only need to get people outside of the encampment.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I only have Misty Step.
That's not enough.
Nope. And it's only me.
Right.
And I can't do anything.
I think that we're clever, and I think we should, continue to try to think of an option.
Okay, so what would our major goal be? Would it be to save everyone? Would it be to save as many people as we could?
Ideally, I'd like to get some people out of there.
I don't think that's something we can manage right now. I was just trying to not have anybody die today. I hand the spyglass back to Sori and turn around.
And I guess we go back to the edge.
Well, I thought we hadn't accomplished our mission yet.
We know what they're doing. They're taking refugees. I mean, not refugees, slaves.
That's what they always do, though. That's
But
not.
I think this is their normal MO. They've been doing this since before Gwen was little.
We still don't know what they're doing at the Oasis.
We should head there.
All right.
Get on the carpet.
And travel where?
In the direction we have been traveling in.
Skirt around the camp so they don't know about us.
Okay. Regular nighttime height?
Yep.
As the carpet rises into the nighttime sky and begins a wide circuit around the encampment, that's where we're going to take our break. So we'll pick this up after we all have a snack. And we'll be back in 15, so don't go anywhere. And welcome back. So, aboard the carpet, just taking off. Over to you.
That's it.
We're going very slowly.
Let's move to a distance away and
and stop and discuss.
yes, regroup.
Yes.
So I direct the carpet to go kind of back the way we came, about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe
So-
behind some taller dunes so that we aren't visible in line of sight.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So they're either moving these people to sell or they are their slaves, right?
Right.
Right.
Or they've just captured them. I mean,
How much do you think a person costs?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm not sure that Jogravana will make nice enough to trade, but
I mean,
well, they didn't kill me outright when they captured me. They must have had a plan in mind. If they could have just killed me the minute they caught me. They must have had an idea of.
I mean, we talked about how to sneak in. We talked about that we can't attack them. We didn't talk about talking to them.
We didn't. That's true.
Okay. If our goal is to just make some of them healthier and then leave, I think we could probably accomplish that.
My goal is ultimately to free them. And so, I mean, I don't know if that's something we can do now. We clearly don't have the numbers, or if that's something that we need to have a longer term strategy for. But I mean, that could be my family. That could be me. I can't just walk away from them.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I understand wanting to free them. I was just tabulating the numbers, and my family comes first. So I'm sorry I didn't listen very well, but I'm ready to hear what we've got.
I think we need to figure out a way, but it doesn't. I understand that we can't just run in there and pull a Leroy Jenkins and just start killing things and hoping for the best.
I've
I know
heard
that
about Leroy.
It's such a bad rap.
he's
Yeah.
a guy
Only did it
in
once.
Thunder's Edge who just always ran in without any help, and
Okay.
he was
got
just
it.
the worst. He got his platoon killed 5 times over. So
And he
Mm.
really liked chicken.
I
He
heard
did
that.
really
I
like
heard that.
Oh.
So yeah, I think we need to come up with a strategy.
Well, my thought is that even if we went in, I mean, like you were saying, if we go in not attacking, the people are at risk then.
Yeah.
So
true.
if we got the people out without a fight, and then we came back later and took them out, we could get our money back. But I'm not worried about that. I mean, I'm happy to spend my share.
Same.
I mean, it is ours to do what we want with, and
Right. And there's a value in human lives that I think we could count them as part of our horde if we needed to.
Well, I mean, free
We've
them.
saved them, therefore
Yeah.
we've brought value.
well, I mean, they'd be free to do what they want, but we also need people to come work for us so they could have jobs and a new life in our
Mhm.
school or at the estate or
how many of them are there?
Yeah,
60?
How many slaves
60
or
slaves?
captives?
Ish.
So here's the other thought. If we are able to purchase them,
Mm-hmm.
how do we get them to safety?
We are 3 days away. That is correct.
Now,
But
is
that
that
many
something that
people-
we could ask the dragons to help us with?
maybe. I mean, we could probably get them all in the mansion overnight though, right? Feed them.
Did we get them all in the mansion?
That's a very good question.
I mean, if we pack them in like sardines, I mean, it's got many rooms.
You can always, you can set the room up any way you want, right? Didn't you tell us when you cast it? So you could open it as barracks and have just a bunch of beds in it.
And bathrooms.
And a big old dining room.
Yes.
I'm asking the DM if that's possible.
It says it contains sufficient food to serve a 9-course banquet for up to 100 people.
Ooh. Well,
then
so that would be a yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm willing to go into the camp in that I've dealt with their like before, and to bring some of the star sapphires with me and tell them that there are more where these came from if they want to barter.
I was thinking about it, but perhaps, I mean, it's going to be obvious you're not from here, but, you know, you could bring up that it's no longer possible to find good help in Aecathan since Strassman's has been shut down, and it was recommended you head this way.
I think I should go with you.
I don't like you going there by yourself.
I don't think
because
you
they
should go by
can kill
yourself.
you. They will kill you.
I
dead.
think they won't. If
You just show up in the middle of the desert. I mean, we just had some strange person just show up in the middle of the desert, and how much did we trust him?
I'll take the carpet so that that's clear as to how I got here.
Well, I think you have a caravan. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. And then I can go in, I can negotiate, and I will indicate that there are more where I came from. They don't know how many of us there are, but that's why I need as many of you on the outside to get help. If the more of us that go in, I mean, it's not like having 2 people or 3 people is going to make a difference against numbers of like that.
Well,
so
Story might, because you could teleport.
That's true.
Teleport the carpet.
Okay.
No.
So then,
what about if how many people can you get with your healing? And do we want to just heal a couple? Do we want to follow them for 3 nights or however long it takes, and every night fly over and heal a few more?
And I think multiple times is risky.
I agree.
So I think the trying to see if, because we don't know if they're their slaves and they're doing something out here, or if they're selling them, and that would be good to know anyway.
okay, so how about this idea? And I hate it because I think I should go, but Aribell, if you and Zori went, while Zori's talking, you could be healing them.
No, that's risky.
It
All
is.
I don't think
then she can teleport.
I don't think Aribell should go, because Aribell is the biggest beacon of goodness.
Oh, that's a good point.
Also, the most persuasively trained in negotiations.
But also the brightest, shiniest star of goodness.
Yeah.
If you see something there that goes against your moral code, you won't be able to look away. That's a good point. You won't be able to walk away from it if
We
it needs
walked
to be.
out of Strassman's the first time. If I know there's a plan
Yeah.
Okay.
here.
What if we did recon for a couple of nights to see if we can figure out if they're selling them or if they're using them?
Information is good.
And then we could get a better idea of how many people are in those tents,
If there are any children in those tents,
how many fighters, how many magic users, and then, we would have a better idea of what we're dealing with.
I think that's a good idea. But if we see that they're killing them, harming them, then we may need to step that up and not wait.
I agree, but we need to at least take a night of recon.
I agree.
If we can get the people out, it's much easier to rain fireballs down on them.
So true. I like the way you're thinking.
Right, but if they're not going to sell them, then that's not going to work.
No.
That's-
Right.
But that also tells us they're using them for something.
Yeah, right.
If they're not selling them, then they don't have that many people with them for no reason.
How many people can you teleport at one time?
8.
8 people.
Not enough.
It's not enough. We would need more magic users with that ability. So another possibility would be if we had additional magic users that could teleport.
Do you think we should send a message back to Tremaine?
Yes. Tell him what we're dealing with and tell him that we can't stand by. We need to do something. We're working on a plan. We
Maybe
need backup.
Maybe Aerolacus instead of Tremaine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea, and then he can explain it. But if Aerolacus comes and brings others that can teleport, if we had enough people with that ability, perhaps we could bring more with us.
That would be 10. And teleport is. We can ask. Teleport for all sorcerers besides myself, unless they're of draconic bloodline, is an iffy situation. And they would all have to be fairly high level.
It would be a big ask.
Yeah.
I think if we just take the people, that's a lot of money. You know, if they're selling them or if they bought them, that's a lot of money that you're taking, and it could bring a fight that Tremaine may not want to Thunder's Edge.
I agree.
Unfortunately, we would have a very difficult time of getting all of that money out of the hole because there is no even space to open it on.
Back in the cavern.
Right. But we wouldn't take it out in front of them anyway. What we'd be inquiring about is the purchase, and then obviously you're not carrying that kind of money, so you'd go back to your... And if a few of them are dumb enough to follow us, then it makes it a smaller fight.
Maybe what we could do is whoever goes in, assuming they come back out, we could immediately teleport back to that cavern where we'd have the hole set up and our things. They wouldn't have any idea where we went. There would be no trace of us to find. We could stay there overnight, get our spell points back, have access to the sapphires, and meet them the next day for the purchase if that's what they agree to.
2 questions. How far away are we from the
Cavern?
cavern? Sir DM.
I think we traveled for 3 hours. Is that correct?
So we're probably like 5 hours away.
Let's see. You left at 9. You traveled until noon. You sat for 5 hours in the dome. And then you traveled for another
Heck.
3. So you are 6 hours.
6. And how far can you teleport?
Oh, there's no
No.
destination limit.
My second question I have forgotten. But what was the last thing you said, Gwen?
I had talked about teleporting back to the cavern where we could set up the portable hole, access the sapphires, and recuperate without leaving a trace.
What if whoever goes to the camp stays on the outside
And
shouts in, or
Well,
Sends a message?
there's the issue of getting across the roiling circle that is all those creatures moving
Yeah, I'm
underground.
not going
So-
through that.
So you're gonna come in through the top?
I think we would need to send a message to someone. I mean, can you send a message to someone as long as you have seen them?
I don't know if
How
we
does
want to do a magic mission. Do we want to do a magic message?
No.
I think you just come up on the outside of the scorpions and
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, and shout in. But then it's gonna have to be without being in range of the scorpions. The other problem is you can be shot off the carpet. So I don't want to not poo-poo you there.
well, we probably want to go in the morning at this point, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I could
I
Do we
think
wanna
Zori can't
summon a
go.
Pegasus, but a regular, I can do any kind of Starbolt can take any form. I think if I summon a steed, I could
Camel
probably
might be a good
do a
choice.
camel.
So do we want to watch for a couple days, or are we going to do this tomorrow morning?
I think
We
we should
did
watch.
Say we were thinking of watching.
I think we should watch, and while we're watching, fine-tune the plan.
Okay. Should I send a message to Aerolacus now?
Yes.
What
Give-
should it say?
Give him our direction, or their direction.
Sorry.
Don't say his
Is it-
name. Well, I guess you can. You don't need to say your name.
In the message?
Yeah,
He'll
he
know
knows
it's
it's
you.
you.
Okay.
Aerolacus. In the desert.
Hold on.
Maybe just something like we found a Jogravana caravan.
Okay. We've encountered a large. Okay. Ugh.
Take
Or-
out all the extraneous words.
Found Jogravana caravan. 3 words.
Yeah.
With slaves. Need to act.
Oh, yeah. Need to act. I like that.
Heavily fortified or something like that.
Maybe say 60 slaves. That way they have an idea.
Does
Act.
scorpions.
Maybe something about overwhelming numbers.
Yeah, that's true.
Overwhelming numbers with scorpion tours. Scorpitors? That should be one word. And evil clerics. Need major backup. Send help. I
Or
hate send
plan.
help.
Backup and plan.
Well, I don't know
I
if
would say
and
and
plan.
plan, yeah.
Yeah,
We got a plan.
Need
We
backup.
got 12% of a plan.
I don't like
Can you
plan.
assist?
I don't like our plan, but it's better than.
12% of the plan?
Yeah, I don't like it, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, we don't really have a plan yet. Like, we know we want to act.
Maybe say something like, we're planning to act.
Okay.
What's our word count?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20.
Oh, not bad. 5 more words.
Jeff,
Mm-hmm.
while Tasha is constructing her message, I would like to see if I can find our shadow.
Oh, okay.
And I would like to pray for help. Before
Okay.
We need to finish this message. Maybe something we're planning to act.
Well, I wrote need to act.
Okay.
So that's. So this is what we've got. Found Jogravana caravan with 60 slaves. Need to act. Overwhelming numbers with scorpitors and clerics. Need backup. can you assist? I think that's enough.
Okay. Send it.
I'm sending the message.
I like it.
Do you want me to say it again?
Yes.
Found Jogravana and Caravan with 60 slaves. Need to act. Overwhelming numbers with Scorpitors and evil clerics. Need backup. Can you assist?
Okay.
Watch, he's gonna say, well, I sent you the guy.
I think we should also message the dragons and at least let them know what's happening. They may not be able to assist, they may not be willing to assist, but it would be foolish to go into this without them even knowing what we're doing.
I think if we tell Gaegho, we should mention that one of those clerics is of Zuthos, because there might be a little bit more oomph with that, given what Zuthos did to them.
So, Aribell, what are you doing? Are you calling upon Torora?
Yes, I made a perception check to try and find our guy following us.
Okay.
So I guided. So 36.
36.
Oh, to try to find our guy following us. Okay.
You're not 100% sure. Because A, it's night. B, you are out away from any light sources. But you see probably maybe 100 feet off to the side and up, just the slightest ripple across one star.
So let's not... Maybe you could let us know what you've possibly seen in a way that we don't all turn and look?
Meanwhile, after a brief pause, Tasha.
Oh,
Figures.
in order to...
What?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Figures. Well, don't attack them. No backup to send. Follow them. Look for your opportunity. If you can save, circle them back. I can receive.
No help in that quarter.
Okay, so this is what he said. He said he doesn't have any help to send, that we should not attack, but we should wait and look for our opportunity. And if we can save some, we can circle them back to him and he'll receive them.
Zoreth, I need you to make an Arcana check right now.
Right meow.
Yep, right meow.
That's not horrible. I mean, it probably is horrible. We'll see, though. What is it? Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
21.
The phrase, circle them back, sticks for a moment, followed by a memory from the tower from quite a while ago. But one of the things that your instructors talked about was how during the war, teleportation circle was used as sort of a mass exodus spell, because while normal usage is to cast it and then have everyone charge in, if everyone is standing in the circle when the last rune is completed, everyone within the circle will be transported. And they were sending 50, 60, 70 people at a time. They were packed in like sardines.
Is a 10-foot circle.
Yep.
So you probably draw, and you could even draw like two right next to each other.
And then finish one and finish the other one.
With Quicken, maybe. Or you can't quicken that level, can't you?
You can only do one at a time, right?
No, I can draw it out and draw it out and then finish one. They would all go. Finish the other one, I would have to go with that one. It's my understanding. I can do that, right?
You wouldn't have to
You
go
have
with
to
that
go?
one. No. It's whoever's
You
in
don't-
the circle. You
don't have to
You
go.
can send other people. You don't have to go with it.
How many times can you cast teleport? How many of that level spell do you have?
That would be teleportation circle,
Okay.
and I have 2 at
Okay.
that level, right? Because I can cast it bigger.
You can.
I have 3 and 1 teleport.
Okay.
Circle round, and I tell them about that. So if we made it all the way if we made it all the way to the Mirage place, that's not the right word,
Oasis.
and they were all put in the same area, I literally could sneak in and just do it right.
And you could put your ring back on and put one in there, right?
Oh, that's a smart idea.
I could put teleport.
Teleportation circle.
Well, she could put teleport.
I could put teleport in there.
I don't
Oh no,
think
because it's too
5.
big.
You can do 5, right? Up to 5.
Let me check my ring.
I think teleport is 5th level, isn't it?
Teleportation circle's 5th. I think teleport's
Oh, okay.
That is correct. 5 levels worth of spells at a time. Nope, that's
So you
any
could put
spell
teleportation
first through
circle.
5th,
Right.
but I would still have to. There's no way.
Oh,
From my
as
understanding, you would not be able to put teleportation circle in there because it's not a completed spell.
You could. You'd still have to spend the 10 minutes inscribing the circle, but then you'd just infuse it with the energy from the ring instead of you.
instead of actually going. Nobody would go in it. You'd just draw it overnight and put it in the ring.
So basically, when she used the ring, it would just cast it right there on
So
the
you have to
ground.
draw it again, though.
Yes. When you cast teleportation circle, what's left is just a flat, smooth 10-foot circle.
Right, but it is not a spell as such like that.
Well, it actually is. The 10 minutes that you take to inscribe the runes is pretty much coming up with the address. But then the casting of the spell, when you've completed the
So
circle,
there's
is instantaneous.
6 seconds. What part of the spell am I actually throwing out of my ring, and where am I throwing it, and how would that work?
You're infusing the runic circle that you've created with the teleportation energy, and that energy knows where to go because the circle is the address.
So is the circle in the ring, or does she have to draw?
No,
it
she
on
has
the
to draw.
ground?
She'd have to draw the circle again, but completing the spell could be done using the one in the ring instead of her having to
It's
spend
just a 1 minute
spell
spell,
energy.
not 10.
So how long does it take
Right.
her to draw the circle?
1
A
minute.
minute?
1 minute.
Okay. Okay, I still think we should notify the dragons, as it may take them time to get here. And I'd like to try my hand against our visitor.
Quick question. Are we going to go in the mansion for the night?
Yeah.
Okay. Should we invite him?
No.
Well,
I kind of
here's
want to.
what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that the 4 of us go in, and I'm suggesting I come back out and see if I can sneak up on him.
I grew tired of this, but okay.
Well, I mean, we could just invite him and see if we can get better answers out of him.
I
if
think
he's
I'd like
gonna-
to try taking him down a peg first.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we could invite him in for dinner.
Sure.
We can't do any spells inside the mansion.
I'm
right?
well aware. Yeah.
No, I'm.
You can, just nothing that involves...
Nothing extra dimensional.
Yeah, nothing extra dimensional, because you're out of the prime material plane, technically, when
Send
you're in the
messages.
mansion.
Is
from
message interdimensional?
It is. Or
Okay.
it's not. So you can't send messages from inside the mansion.
Because they're
Got
not
it.
on the same plane.
Right.
All right, so let me do the message first,
Wait,
because we're gonna send a message to Gaegho, right?
Mhm.
we need the
We need the thing. Yeah.
thing, and it's not in the. I did not put it back in the
Portable hole.
portable hole. It's something that we carry on us.
Okay.
How big is it? It's only like this big,
It's like
right?
an
No, it's like you can hold it in your hand.
Oh yeah, no. Then we would carry it with us.
You can always invite her for dinner to, at least if she can't help us actually, maybe she'd help us strategize too.
Exactly. Or
There you
maybe
go.
she could just provide a distraction. Dragons can be extremely distracting, even to an entire caravan or Jogravana.
Mm.
You know, a flyby even.
It's interesting. That's interesting. I'm intrigued.
Cool. Are you working on your message, Tasha?
Yes. If only I knew how to spell things like Jogravana.
Just put J.
Ah.
Because if we were able to have a flyby, we at night I could drop down on the carpet, but they're all, if I remember correctly, they're
What's-
all spread around.
We'd have to gather them up. While you spent a minute drawing your circle, the rest of us would have to gather them together.
Yeah, I don't. What if we made it all the way to the Oasis and I don't know. This
There
is
may be a lot more of them there.
all of
Okay,
this
what's the
is
name of the
very-
cleric? There's a god that I'm supposed to.
It is Xuthos. 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 Is that how you pronounce it, Jeff?
The
As far
god.
as you know.
Okay.
What is the name of Xuthos?
Costas.
Costas. Okay, it sounded too much in my head. It sounded
Yeah.
too much like Costas. Xuthos and the other person. Xuthos and Shattering a Mountain. Godola. Yeah. At least one priest of Godola. Priest, cleric, I don't know what you would call them. Would I remember? Would Aribell know?
You're muted, Pam.
You could say priest, probably.
Okay.
19, 20. Ooh.
Do you have a word count limit with the orb?
Oh, that's a good question. Do we?
I can't
Yes.
remember.
I think it's the
What is
same
it?
as the
Is
spell.
it 25?
The orb simply allows your message spell to get through her protections in her lair.
I see. So it's still the same spell.
Yes.
Got it.
It's basically a key through her wards.
Got it.
Got it.
So do you still have to cast the spell, or is it
You
through
do.
the orb? Oh, okay,
still
so it's
have to
not
cast the
a
spell.
spell.
That's
No.
why she does the sending. I think I can do it. I can't remember. I think that's the reason that she does it and not me.
Gotcha. I thought it was a sending stone type deal.
I'm like editing.
Does anybody have see invisibility?
I think I do. Let me look. Invis. See invisibility.
I think Tasha does too.
It's a
Okay.
second level.
Do you tell us, Aribell, where you saw the ripple?
Mm-hmm. Without
Alright.
being
Right. You tell us discreetly. Zori, could you just as discreetly cast that spell? And while she's doing that, I would like to use my tracking ability to see if I can find him.
I also will cast see invisibility.
Okay, I think I've got it.
if you find him, Gwen, and you get close enough, you could actually hunter's mark him, right? So that you can help.
Exactly.
I remember I told you about WoW, where it's actually a big red arrow.
Yep.
Yep.
It makes me laugh. You actually can't see it. The person can't see it on them, but we can see it. Still makes me giggle.
All right, Gwen, if you want to make your roll.
All right. So this is favored terrain for me.
Mm-hmm.
So my proficiency bonus should be doubled for any skills with intelligence or wisdom checks, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what am I rolling for? Is it survival?
Survival.
And can I see him with see invisibility?
Yeah, I should find that out first.
Where are you looking? Like,
Pam said, wherever Pam said, like 4 o'clock from us, don't look now. So I would 4 o'clock it. And just 4 o'clock it.
okay. No, you don't see anything.
Gwen,
Yes.
I pull out my thing and I look.
Well, that's
Okay.
not going to be
Still don't see
subtle.
anything.
I'm looking everywhere.
you could maybe borrow Tasha's goggles.
There you go.
Okay.
I think that'll make your dark vision go even farther than, I mean, yours is already far, but I think those make it go even farther.
I hand you my goggles.
Okay, and I'll pull my hood up so that you can't see that I have put the goggles on. And for survival, that would be a 32.
I tell you, I can't see him.
Gwen, you don't see anything.
Even with the goggles?
Yep.
We are 15 minutes away from the camp. We literally could just yell for him.
She wants to see if she can sneak up on him.
Yeah, she
Mhm.
wants to fuck with him.
I sure do.
So we'll cast the Gaegho message. We'll cast the mansion, and then you can.
Yep.
Okay. You ready, Tasha, for our Gaegho message?
Yeah, sure. Okay. In desert, found large group of Jogravana many slaves. Need to act. Overwhelming numbers with Zuthos cleric. Need reinforcements. Can you help? Suggestions welcome.
I like it.
Thank you.
After a moment, be careful.
Shh.
Zuthos is worst. Can't directly intervene. Am willing to offer counsel or magic item support if helpful. Let me know.
Okay. Well, that wasn't nothing. Should I invite her for dinner?
I think you should.
Okay.
Will she be able to find us? I can't remember how the dragons do it.
I think she could probably locate you anywhere.
We cordially invite you for dinner this evening.
Anything else?
Or next, maybe? Because
Let it-
we might...
Let us know if you need directions.
Or tomorrow night.
Yeah, or tomorrow night. There you go. Or tomorrow night. That's it.
Maybe at your earliest convenience.
Yeah.
You're a ways out. Give me until tomorrow night,
Okay.
but
So
I
she-
accept.
Yay. Okay. So she will meet us for dinner tomorrow night.
Let's cast the mansion.
Okay, I cast the mansion.
And we zip inside.
Mm-hmm.
They zip inside. I'm going to walk to the door of the mansion behind them and vanish.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm going to use Nature's Veil and hide.
And pass without a trace, because then you can't use your feats, right?
I'm just going, and I'm not going to move.
Oh, nice.
I'm just going to blend into the scenery.
Nice.
And I'm on high alert. I am looking everywhere for this guy. So I'm taking my concentration to attune my senses to see if I can locate him.
All right. Make a perception check.
That would be a 30.
About maybe how far is your dark vision?
My dark vision is 90 feet, but then I'm also wearing the goggles.
Okay. About 80, 85 feet away at the top of a nearby dune, you see just a little puff of sand. But
So
that's
he's
all you
standing
see.
up on the top of the dune.
That's what you see.
A puff of sand. All right, I'm going to continue to concentrate and not move. And see if there is any other movement or anything else to detect. I'm giving him my full attention.
How long do you wait?
All night if I need to. I'm very patient when it comes to hunting prey. This is what I do.
Okay. You don't see anything else.
Then, after about an hour, I'm going to, with Pass Without Trace up. So, I haven't needed to do anything with Pass Without Trace because I'm not moving.
Mm-hmm.
I've just been kind of blending. But now I'm going to use Pass Without Trace and my winged boots. Sorry, I think it cast twice. And I'm going to start to slowly circle around the dune so that I'm not going up into the skylight, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stay down very close to the surface, but not close enough to kick up any sand. I'm going to move as stealthily as I can and try to circle behind.
Go ahead and make your stealth check.
So with stealth, I get advantage on stealth rolls,
Mhm.
correct? And then I
Well-
should, because it's favor trained, also get a bonus. I want to say, shoot. Proficiency bonus is doubled for proficient skills when you make an intelligence or wisdom check related to it.
And that stealth is dex.
Okay,
So
that would
wouldn't-
not be. So it's just advantage then.
Right.
Okay. That's better. That's a 28.
Okay.
I can't roll much higher than that.
And did you add in, you get a bonus for Pass Without Trace?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah, I think that gives me a plus 10 to dex. So that would be, what did I say, a 28?
Mhm.
So that'd be a 38.
Okay.
And you have your cloak on, so they have disadvantage to see you, right?
Right.
Okay. You make your way around.
All right. When I am behind, well, assuming that he's facing where we went in,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going around until I would be flanking him.
Okay.
And then I will stealthily ascend the dune.
Okay.
Do I see anything?
Nope.
No mark on the ground.
You see an impression on the ground. It looks like there might have been someone laying there.
Okay. But there are no tracks to or from it?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to move directly to that spot
Okay.
and drop on it in a grapple,
Okay.
assuming there's anything there to grapple.
There is a puff of sand, and you are grabbing sand.
Okay, so I leap back into the air and move immediately at my highest rate of speed away from that spot.
Okay. Go
And
ahead
then I
and
wait.
make another stealth check, since you just revealed your location.
So that would be 27 plus 10 is 37.
Okay.
And does anything happen?
Nope.
So from this spot, I'm no longer at the top of the dune. I backed down.
Okay.
I'm going to keep watching. Giving it my full concentration. Do I see any other depressions in the sand?
Nope.
Okay, I will move silently to the mansion. Can I access without one of them being present?
Yeah, because you were invited in, so you can, if you know where the door is, you can open it and go in.
Is there something that would indicate that I've gone in?
Well, yeah, there will be light from the inside that spills out when you open the door.
Okay, so I will do that. I'll go to the door, start to go through, step back out. Just so that the light shines.
Okay.
I'm not dropping any of my spells.
Okay.
And I wait. And I wait to see if anything moves or if there's any sign of anything.
All right, make a perception check.
There any bonuses on perception? It's a wisdom, so that should be...
Yeah, you will get your favored terrain bonus.
Okay. So that would be 34.
Okay. You don't see anything.
I'll keep waiting. So just to speed this up, I will keep doing this all night.
You have to rest, though.
Do I?
I mean, I guess we sleep during the day if we're not doing anything, but
Yeah, I can.
you can't
I can
be
rest.
exhausted.
No, but I can rest elsewhere.
Well, it's very peaceful. You know, eventually being still and quiet, see some of the normal creatures you'd see in the desert. You see desert hares and little scorpions and but that's it.
Okay. All right.
And the sun starts to rise.
Like it does.
At that point, I will enter the mansion.
Okay.
Do you come tell us or wake
No,
us
I'm
up?
not going
or...
to wake you
Okay.
if you're
Well-
not awake yet.
By the time, well, I don't know if you're going to go to sleep for now and try to get some rest.
I think I'm going to shower and get some food.
Bathe and get some food.
Yeah, avail myself of the facilities.
Well, walk
I
out.
may not have found him, but I can at least, be more comfortable than he is. Assuming that he doesn't have this ability.
That would be interesting.
Aribell, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to walk outside because we had said if she found him to invite him. So walk outside after I finish praying.
All right.
I will look for him again.
Gwen, while this is going on, I need you to make a Constitution save.
No.
You gain 1 level of exhaustion,
That's fine.
which means you are at disadvantage on skill checks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Aribell. Go ahead and make a perception check.
And I will use guidance again. Goodness for advantage. 32. With guidance.
You scan the dunes, looking very carefully for anything the least bit out of the ordinary, and you don't see anything.
Well, would I have seen Aribell in passing? Since I'm up?
It depends.
I mean, she would have heard me moving around, I assume, since I was making no effort to be stealthy.
When did you come in?
At first light.
Right, so I got up at first. I said after I finished prayers, so I probably prayed in I have like a little shrine thing, so probably did not see you.
Okay.
So I don't see him.
You don't know if Gwen's out there or not.
Right.
I mean, you wouldn't have heard me even when you were praying?
I'm in my
moving
room.
Around? Okay.
The
'Cause I was getting food and...
yeah, 2 floors down.
Okay.
So
I mean, anybody could be moving. I mean,
It's a mansion.
yeah,
Understood.
and none of the floors creak.
Fancy that.
Yeah.
If you're out here watching, you can join us for breakfast.
No response.
Okay. Real food. No sand. All right, go back in.
Okay. This is probably about the time everybody else would be waking up.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually how it works. Right about the time Aribell's done is about the time everyone else rises. Well, Zorith, you've probably been up for a while.
Right. I might have heard Gwen and gone down to breakfast when she went to breakfast.
Since I've already eaten, I'm going to find a couch and lounge. Take a nap if I can.
Did you find him?
No, I'm assuming he either has rope trick or some other ability that he
Rope
was there
trick.
but not there. I'm guessing he maybe have, if he rope tricked, he could be still watching without
Right.
being visible at all.
Well, remember, rope
Rope
trick
trick.
only lasts for an hour.
Oh, it's true.
Oh.
So it couldn't be that.
Could have cast it more than once. I don't know.
Hmm.
Or he's just a higher level than I am.
Because that wouldn't be canon.
One time, and it's canon.
Are you sure?
I went out and yelled to invite him to breakfast, but he didn't stir.
Well, now we need to carefully follow the caravan.
Mm-hmm.
Are there animals like camels that wander the desert, Gwen?
There are animals. There are desert foxes, desert eagles. There's lots of desert animals.
So, I mean, if a camel was wandering, would it be out of place?
Probably not, although I would imagine that many have been captured. I don't know that there are a lot of wild ones around, but I don't think it would look completely out of place. I would know this. I assume, DM?
Mm-hmm.
Am I on track so far?
Mm-hmm. Although, this is pretty far out from any sort of settlement that you're aware of, so there might be more out here.
True.
Camel is one of the animals that I can use Find Steed to summon. And I can communicate telepathically with Starbolt from a mile. So he could stealth a little closer maybe than we could.
He could join the camels on the inside.
Except for the scorpion tars.
Well, how does he appear?
Scorpitars.
He'll look like the camel.
I mean, does he appear out of nowhere? Does he drop down from the sky? How does
Well, I
he
mean, I
appear?
would cast him here and then he could take off.
Could you cast him there?
Well, yeah, but if it just appears there, I mean, it's within 30 feet of me.
Okay. Because there
And
are
we don't wanna
many camels. I mean, he could easily blend in with the others they have if you could cast it discreetly.
Gwen, make a history check for me.
I also want to know how far away things through a spyglass are magnified to twice their size. But how far does that let me see?
As
So-
far as you can see. So if unobstructed vision, say a mile.
So that would be a 19 for history.
You realize, as you're thinking back, there's one thing that likely will be different about Starbolt than any of the other camels. They're all pretty heavily laden down with packages and blankets.
Like
They're-
the wild camel wouldn't be just hanging out in the...
They're being used as pack animals.
The ones in the camp.
Yes.
Did they leave the packs on overnight?
Yes.
It would seem like they would need to get the items from the packs in order to use them.
A few.
It only takes a couple for it to blend in.
But wait, I'm sorry. Please
Huh?
explain. I don't understand your thinking. What is it that you are trying to think?
There were
I'm-
no unladen camels.
She was
That were
thinking I could
observed.
summon him in the camp and just among the other camels, but he would
Stick
appear.
out.
Yeah.
I was trying to find, usually if you have pack animals, at some point they have to be unpacked in order to access the items or even just to feed the animals and water them. It's typical that you would take the packs off overnight.
Got
So
it.
I was trying to find out if overnight any of the camels had been
Unpacked.
unpacked.
I was thinking that it would be a wild camel walking and they would try to capture it and make it their camel to add camels to their thing. But
They could, but usually I assume that camels would be in a pack or a herd. And so I don't know that there would be a lot that would just be roaming by themselves.
I don't know if it was lost. That's kind of what I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But during the day, we can't get her 30
Right.
feet
That would be
from it.
something we'd have to do at probably at night.
Yeah. I can't remember what the camp looked like. But if I remember correctly, we potentially could spawn a camel within their thing, but it wouldn't be laden down.
I have put the camp back up on Foundry.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would look probably pretty suspicious if it was just a camel with nothing on it. Poop. Poop. Gosh darn. Well, we can't do it right now because it's light out.
Right, so we'll keep thinking about it.
I say we stay in the mansion until it disappears. Well, I don't know.
How much longer do we have it? Isn't it 24 hours?
You'll have
It
it
is.
until like 10 o'clock
AM or PM?
p.m.
Well, we might as well stay here and
We will be able to track them if they stop.
yes.
Approximately, okay. How far on foot can Gwen go normally in the desert per day? DM.
Oh, I don't know.
By
my,
foot.
My speed is 30 feet.
So the only reason I'm asking that is because it's going to be them obviously will be able to follow the trail, but I'm just wondering if we can catch up to them in an amount of time. We will be able to. Here's the thing, sorry, my reasoning about the mansion and staying here is then we can have it up for Gaegho for the dinner, and then once we're done, try to figure out what we're gonna do, sneak up, follow them. Does that sound right?
Is this difficult terrain for them?
No, because for them,
Mhm.
you don't know. This is Camel's natural terrain.
Right. But again,
But
it's
we've
an
got
entire
people.
encampment with enslaved people. I mean, large groups move more slowly than people who are moving solo.
Right. That was my thought, so that we wouldn't have too hard of a time catching up to them
Plus, we're flying.
if we, so like an extra 10 feet. If we would be able to make it there by the time they're still asleep and stuff. I mean, still at night. Sorry, I can't think my words. But then, if we stay here and it's still 8 o'clock in the morning, one of us can get some sleep and will not be exhausted anymore. But I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, does that sound okay to stay in the house or until Gaegho comes?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So,
You could probably walk like 70 feet a day or 7 miles a day.
Okay.
they can or we can?
You could. Probably like
Aribell, the thought is to maybe stay in the mansion until evening dinner time and step out, tell Gaegho where we are, kind of, and then maybe Gwen can get some rest, and we'll be able to catch up with because we'll be able to follow their snail trail, and then make up some time at night traveling, because they're not going to be able to get very far.
Do you want me to send Starbolt?
Oh,
He could just walk by, I guess.
Follow, and they might capture him, but that's fine.
Gwen can travel 27 miles on foot in 8 hours.
wow.
And that's in desert terrain.
Yep. I think. Hold on.
Probably
favored terrain. She doesn't have any.
Yeah. Yeah. A turn is 6 seconds, so yeah.
Oh.
27.2 miles.
Okay.
I'm
So
going to go find a soft bed with clean, soft sheets and close the shades. And
the camel, we were
sleep.
talking about
Okay.
the camel being something that we would do at night. Because we have to get you within 30 feet.
That would be to get the camel on the inside. This
Right,
is she's saying she wants to see if it'll just get captured.
Right, if I just cast the camel and tell him to go where the caravan is, and he can wander that way.
Okay.
And when
But when you go back in the mansion, will you lose him? When does he aspirate?
when I dismiss him or he's killed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't expire.
Okay.
You will not, however, be
Won't
able
to talk to him while
communicate with him, right?
unless I come outside.
Here's
And
here's a question. When he gets killed, is there a body or does he vanish?
he vanishes
Okay.
if they kill him.
Okay.
I mean, I would think they'd kill a camel. That
Could be of value.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. They could also put them on high alert.
Be worth it. If you can cast and tell him when you're giving him instructions to keep track of the number of guards, when the watches switch, I mean, gather as much intel as possible if he's captured. What they feed the scorpion things,
hopefully not camel.
the state of the, yeah, no doubt, the state of the slaves, if there are children there, what's in the tents,
He's a smart camel, but he's still a camel.
right? Well, ask him what you can. I mean, isn't he still?
Like a 6 intelligence.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a conversation with him. He knows some things.
He does.
In horse form and especially in Pegasus form, he's much smarter.
But camel form, not so much.
No.
Oh.
Well, could
right.
you?
It's
could
a
you-
minimum of 6, so it intelligence, but
Can he change form once you've summoned him?
no.
Okay.
So he'll be a camel until you dismiss him.
Until I dismiss him and read.
He's gonna take one look at his body and be like, man.
Does he remember things from one time to the next?
I don't know. That's up to Jeff. I think it's probably
He does.
Well, summon him as a Pegasus.
Because he's probably an astral spirit that is summoned and given corporeal form here.
I think I think she can only summon him once every 24 hours or something like that, right?
no. I can just only summon one at a time.
So summon him
misunderstand.
It's a spell. I
at his
understand.
highest level of intelligence, give him the instructions, and then resummon him in camel form. Worth a shot. I mean, costs us nothing to try.
I didn't prepare the fine greater steed though. Just fine steeds.
Ah, okay. So you're not going to get a whole lot smarter.
Got it. I see you summoned a steed right there.
Hi, Synchron. How are
I'd like one of these large enough to ride.
you? Alright. So I will go into the stables and summon a camel.
You're not a camel.
What form have you put me in this time? I
A spitting one.
feel awkward.
You're a camel.
Oh.
We're in the desert. I need you to go on a reconnaissance mission.
I don't know that word.
I need you to spy on bad guys.
Oh, I can spy on bad guys.
There's a camp of bad people, and they seem to have slaves with them and some nasty creatures. So we're trying to find out what we can.
Are the slaves bad?
No, the slaves are good, we think.
Are the nasty creatures bad?
Yes. You should not try and fight them.
Okay.
They may try to eat you.
That doesn't sound fun.
But if they try to capture you, you should let them, because then you'll have more information on the inside.
I can do that.
So just kind of, I'll get you in the right direction, and you can wander and do camel things till you find them.
What are camel things?
I think they spit.
Really?
Yeah, I don't understand it, but I think they do.
Make a dex save.
Oh no.
And
11.
Well, you're now wearing evidence that, yes, they can spit. Yep.
prestidigitation
I can
is
spit.
going to be necessary.
That's gross.
They-
Did you like it? I mean, in this form?
Felt right.
You'll probably be out of distance to us pretty quickly for me to be able to hear you.
How far can you hear?
A mile.
You're
So if they,
I think you're within a mile.
but we don't have to
Barely.
pack up and move, right?
That's true. Well, it's still fairly early.
Okay. So I should be able to get him there, close to them anyway, and then.
Mhm.
So I'll walk him a little bit of the way, not anywhere close where I get
Okay.
trouble. So. I mean, if they get seen, I'm just a girl out with her camel.
Right.
Not suspicious at all. In our desert clothes, walking the camel,
like you
taking
do.
a stroll.
Mom said I had to walk the camel.
Me and my llama going to the dentist today.
Wow.
Sesame Street.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's an old school.
To
remember that.
your knowledge,
Sorry.
you are not seen. And the
Show it to
camel
you later.
trots off in the direction you sent him.
I think telepathically, be careful.
It's warm.
It sure is.
This
We
form
filled him up on water before he went.
This form is good at running on sand.
We would have made sure. Actually, I don't think he needs to eat, probably, but not entirely sure.
Oh wow.
If he does, give him water.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of them. I'm going to slow down. Oh, those do look nasty.
Yeah.
Would you ask him if they're on the move yet?
Do they look like? Well,
Are they still there? Do they look like they're going to be leaving?
They're in a long line.
Moving.
No. But maybe soon. They're really excited.
About you?
I think so.
Uh-oh.
The people or the creatures?
The people. But some of them are riding the creatures. And there are more than 2 coming my direction. Ow. Ow.
Uh-oh.
They're shooting me.
Run.
Ow.
Run.
How fast does a camel run?
Really fast, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Pull it up. Like shooting him? Did they shoot him? Camel.
40 miles an hour.
Camel speed is 50 per round.
Ow.
At least try to get over a dune so they can't see you.
They're still shooting at me, but no more ows. I am faster.
It's weird. Try to kill him. Maybe to eat him.
I would say disparate if they can no longer see him.
Are you out of sight of them?
Hold on. No. Running more. Just went over a big hill. They are on the other side.
Disappeared.
I'm gonna make you disappear when they can't see you. If they can't see him, then I will cancel the spell.
Okay. And you sense the connection.
Jeez.
And then I go back inside. That didn't go well.
Mm.
They shot at him. He had to run.
Yikes.
But he did say they were in a line, ready to travel.
So
Suspicious.
it is suspicious. If they
They
would,
are suspicious.
if they would shoot at a camel, what are they gonna do if a person walks up?
Gwen?
Yes?
Make me a history check.
He's
8.
she's amazing.
I don't remember anything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You thought you remembered something and then it
Went back
disappeared.
Sorry. That was with my bonus too.
Oh man.
I rolled really badly. I'm sorry. Once in a while, my dice try to kill me. They just do, and this was that time.
Well, fortunately, this was not a life or death situation. Oh, jeez.
sleep.
All right. So what would you like to do for the rest of the day?
I'm sleeping.
Right.
Make some plans, to kick around some options, kick around the idea of Gaegho getting them, I don't know, getting their attention somehow and flying away and seeing what that does, but then there's not enough time to get close enough to do something while she's distracting them. I don't know what to do. I really don't. What?
Send a message to our stalker friend.
Can't send a message to him. I don't know his name.
You don't need to know his name. He just has to be familiar to you. You've met him.
Is he familiar to me?
Make a well, actually, no. For you, yes, he's familiar because you have keen mind.
Oh. All right.
Normally, I would make you check to see how well you remembered, but you have keen mind, so you remember perfectly.
Right.
Tell him we're making plans. If he'd like to join us, we'll be having a dragon for dinner. Not to eat, but...
Do we want to let him know about the dragon?
Nope.
He's gonna be watching. He's not
Well,
an idiot, we think.
if somebody that's a friend of ours has hired him to follow us, that person would undoubtedly have mentioned that we're dragonkin.
Maybe.
We kind of have a reputation. Everybody knows we're dragonkin.
Well, I'm not particularly happy someone thinks that we can't take care of ourselves. An extra person, when we already said we need reinforcements, would not be a terrible thing.
But
So
remember
maybe
that
we
they're... Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe we can start over.
Ugh.
But his mission is not to help us. His mission is to simply follow us and protect us.
Well,
So I don't know if that's the same.
maybe we can pay him to help us. He can have a second contract.
I was actually thinking about that, about buying him out of his first contract.
Seeing if he'd help us. Maybe we can be nice instead of suspicious and angry, which I still am, but occasionally I can be charming, so I'm told. So be
All
nice
right.
in the message instead of channel
don't-
me and not Gwen.
So don't start with "Hey asshole." Okay.
Yes.
That's why I'm not sending the message.
Like to parlay or whatever you want to say.
I do like "Hey asshole," but it probably won't get a. I think we should call him No Name. I don't know. Do what you gotta.
We are having an honored guest for dinner. You are invited to attend if you wish. Dinner is at 7. You may reply to this message.
There.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage because it's a frickin' message spell.
And we went outside.
Obviously, otherwise it's not going to work.
Persuasion, you said?
Mm-hmm. At disadvantage.
Yes, I got that part.
Okay.
Thank you. I tried to bring up my character and it just went black. Okay. 24.
Jesus.
I mean, it's kind of low.
Tasha and Aribell are persuasive people.
Because we have high charisma.
I have high charisma. I'm not very persuasive. But mostly because I lead off with things like, hey, asshole. So
I think we also both have expertise in it, so I think that also helps.
We do.
There's a longer than normal pause.
I'm gonna mute.
Fine. But if this is our idea of a trap, know that I don't play nicely with those who try to trap me.
good thing I'm sleeping. I'd be planning to stab him already. So instead, I'm just dreaming blissful dreams, maybe of stabbing him.
He has deigned to attend. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to add any of that other stuff because it's not worth it.
Has that snooty elf thing going on.
You know. I'm just a human, so.
Hey, I'm half elf, and you don't have to be an asshole. Just saying.
I'm a half elf too. That's why
I am the only full human in this party. That is why I can say that.
Zori's full elf.
Mm-hmm.
Also not an asshole, so. Yay!
My mom's an elf, not an asshole.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say my mom's an asshole. Hey!
I don't really think that. But
Lady
okay.
Thebes is not an asshole.
Aribell's mom is nice, and she's not.
Yeah, she's adorable.
That's so funny.
Well, wait as it gets closer to that time. I'll wait outside since they won't be able to get in.
Okay.
I'll watch for Gaegho and watch for he who shall has no name. Or has a name, unknown to us.
I'll ask him his name.
No, you're gonna stay inside and be nice.
I'm sleeping,
Exactly.
but I will want to know his name.
Yes.
All right. Are you actively looking for him?
Yes,
Okay, then make a perception check.
but I'm not using guidance because I'm just kind of do it every 6 seconds. 23, kind of lame.
All right. You see nothing, and then suddenly a figure drops out of the sky and lands about 10 feet from you, stands up.
Are you flying or using rope trick?
I'm responding to your invitation.
Oh boy.
I'm Aribell.
I'm going to regret this.
Cannethagalen. Canneth.
Very nice to meet you, Canneth.
We'll see.
Oh.
Make another perception check.
21. Not rolling very well at the moment.
You hear the sound of large flapping wings, and you see Canneth turn. You see a slight widening of his eyes.
We didn't invite you to feed you to a dragon, I promise.
Is it that time already, or did she come early? Very confused.
That time already.
Okay.
This is your honored guest, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Interesting. She lands a good 50 feet away, kicking up quite a cloud of sand as she does, and as the sand settles, you see the familiar sight of her shrinking down into her elven form. She walks forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Gaegho. This is Canneth. Canneth. This is the Sentinel of the Sands. Please treat her with respect.
Out of fear, if for no other reason.
Please come inside. I open the door. Welcome them in.
After you. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. She walks in after Aribell, and Canneth waits for a beat and then steps in.
As he steps in, I close the door, and Gaegho, I'm sure, is walking in. I kind of whisper, "They did tell you there'd be dragons, right? Your employer?"
No.
Oh.
I was given, let's just say, incomplete instructions at this point.
These are the good dragons that have recently returned. The Metallics.
Yes, I've heard the song.
Yes. We are also a dragon sept.
Well, good for you.
So, there's lots of dragons.
Understood.
Here's this way.
Thank you for the information.
Oh.
Has anybody wakened me yet?
Probably. It's been 8 hours. 6-8 hours by now, so.
Have I completed a long rest?
You have. So the exhaustion is now gone.
Do you make introductions? I'm sure we are downstairs.
Yes, where do you go?
Dining room.
Probably into the drawing room, parlor, I'm sure, right?
Okay. So in through the stable to the entry room and then to the right.
Yes.
I assume that whomever woke me would have
Told you.
informed me that he was coming to dinner.
Yes.
Yes.
So I take another bath, just because I can, and I come down in fresh clothes and wet hair.
Aribell's dressed in dinner clothes, not armor and all of that. Nice clothes.
Okay.
Everyone, Gaegho has arrived. And this is our
Sentinel.
other guest, Canneth. Canneth, this is Zorith, Gwenlaryn, and Tasha.
Pleased to meet you. Gaegho, lovely to see you as always.
I appreciate the invitation, although I don't usually travel quite so far for dinner, so I hope it's something good.
What would you prefer?
Anything is fine, I'm just teasing.
Well, of course, we can make whatever you prefer best. You know, your favorite dishes.
Well, if the option is mine, I think I would very much like to try whatever specialties you enjoy from whatever region of the country you're from.
Very good.
So there's roast Thranok, or
Yep.
the roast bird,
Theranok, right?
Thranok,
Mm.
and there's
Making me hungry already.
there's
With the menu.
let's see,
Mashed somethings,
Yep.
potatoes or yammies
Yeah,
or something.
mashed potato, yeah, like a full special Aecathan dinner,
Okay.
like a holiday Aecathan dinner.
Ooh, holiday Catherine. Even better.
And
So Theranok and ham and rolls and stuffing and potatoes and
and roasted vegetables
Mm-hmm.
and salad and pie and cake.
Triceratops pie.
Zorth digs in somewhere, I'm sure. Yeah.
Gaegho fills a plate with a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe the appearance of our new
Canneth,
visitor?
Long blonde hair, pale skin, very sharp features. Handsome in kind of a severe way. About 5'7", dressed in a pale tan hooded cloak, which you recognize
Because we've seen him in it before, or
because you're wearing one just like it.
figured?
Otherwise, all in black. Black studded leather, black leather pants, black boots, black leather gloves. Think Izzy.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah.
Does he appear dusty from the elements, or
No.
or clean?
Clean.
Interesting. I ignore him and get a plate of food.
Okay.
I do, though, comment to Zori, thanks for waking me up. Oh, that was such a great nap. I never sleep as well as I do here in the mansion.
You're welcome.
That bed must be the most comfortable bed I have ever slept in.
I know, and the water is always warm.
I know. Is my hair still wet?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. If I went outside, it would dry much faster. But
Yeah.
here where it's so comfortable, and yeah, it just takes a little longer.
Hmm. Maybe after we eat.
Maybe.
We do have several guest rooms, Canneth, if you need hospitality after.
He needs something. I'm not sure it's hospitality.
No, thank you. I don't
See?
think I'd feel safe here. And he pins Gwenlaryn with not a friendly look.
I haven't even stabbed you.
You couldn't find me.
Yet.
Ever.
Well,
see.
actually, I'm sorry. Well, actually, you're now right here.
Oh, looks like we found you after all.
But it's okay.
Gaegho, we
kinda shading.
apologize for the
Rudeness.
banter.
Oh no, that's quite all right. It's been some time since I've seen traditional elven arrogance. It's rather refreshing.
One of
Too
our
often it stems from inadequacies in other areas.
And too often it extends from being hired to follow after a pampered noblewoman.
Oh, that's a silly answer. Clearly, you don't know us very well at all, if you think that that's the truth.
Just judging by your behavior at this meal, I've seen your type before.
You've never seen it.
Zorith
type
laughs
before.
out loud.
Your ignorance is showing.
Oh my gosh. Well,
one of our misguided or thoughtful acquaintances has hired Canneth to protect us, she says to Gaegho.
Let us
protect us.
Let us be perfectly clear. My instructions were, and this is verbatim, They are my friends, and they're going into the freaking Godswrath. I need someone to watch their backs and to help them if they get in trouble. But don't let them know I hired you. I don't think that would go over well. That is
Wiggy!
the extent of my instructions.
Oh no.
Did the person have an accent?
That is the extent of my instructions.
Gilliam, I'm gonna be next week.
Okay, so now that we know it was probably Wiggy.
We don't know that it was Wiggy.
Do we know anybody else who talks like that? They're probably my friends. The freaking wastes.
Well, we'll save negotiations with Canneth for after dinner. Right now we have Gaegho here.
Correct.
We wouldn't want to waste her time any further with these trivial matters.
Okay. So, you have a pretty good idea of what we're up against.
I do. I pushed a little bit harder than normal because I wanted to see this caravan for myself. They didn't see me.
Good.
I've done a little bit of research since we last spoke. Those creatures are called Tlinkali. It's not a word that fits well on my tongue.
Tlinkali?
Tlinkali.
T-L-I-N or K-L-I-N?
T-L-I-N.
Tlinkali. They're wretched.
Right.
They have been created.
Clearly.
Similar to the Thwilnu creatures?
Perhaps. I don't know enough about them to be able to answer that with any surety.
Did you actually get to see them?
Yes.
Are they white?
No.
Maybe not this one.
No, they're brown.
No, and I didn't think from the Thwilnu, but maybe like what they're doing. Abominations.
They are, I believe, arcane in nature. But beyond that, I cannot say. I saw them from a great height, so my observations are shallow.
What do you know of the Jogravana? Their intents, their goals, their history?
Traditionally, their intent is subjugation.
Yes.
Ideally, of everything. They will use whatever means necessary to gain a foothold wherever it is that they travel, and then they will use that foothold to expand and establish more footholds and more footholds until they find themselves in a position where they can assume control. And then it is enslavement and pillage.
Do they sell their slaves?
Sometimes.
To whom?
Whoever. Money.
Other Jogravanan or?
Money is power. And you see Canneth go. And they believe the acquisition of wealth provides them the necessary means to gain power. Everything about the life of someone who ascribes to one of the 4 deities worshipped in the temple is about the acquisition of power. They have different methods. Zuthos prefers blatant outright strife and warfare. Zuara prefers much more subtle means. Rexthar prefers to see their enemies put in a position of fighting each other, weakening their numbers, and then they come in. And Gadola sees everyone as a potential test subject for their latest poison.
So given the two different deities that seem to be worshipped by at least one member of this group, any ideas about what their motivations may be?
It will depend on where these caravans are bound. I could not tell you what they are carrying, but they are carrying an enormous amount of it.
How so?
Every beast in their caravan is laden down heavier than I would think healthy. But they are also moving at a sedate pace, so they are not driving them over hard, which tells me that getting wherever they're going is of supreme importance. Otherwise, they would have no concern for the beasts.
Did you see those that we assumed were slaves?
Yes, they are responsible for guiding the caravan. Those who are not riding are walking beside the beasts.
Do you believe that our assumptions were accurate, that they are in fact enslaved individuals? Or are they Jogravanan?
I would say it's a logical assumption, but I did not see anything to tell me one way or another. They appear to be working the caravan. There are a few, probably less than half a dozen, white-robed individuals riding camels. The rest are the workers, the minders, the slaves, whatever they are.
So you said around a dozen, or fewer than a dozen?
Fewer than half a dozen.
Fewer than half a dozen?
Of the white-robed people on camels, yes.
So only 3 or 4?
4 or 5.
There are significant others that are not the white robes or the tenders, and they are riding on the back of the Tlinkali.
Any idea of their numbers?
There are about, I would guess, 5 dozen Tlinkali.
We need to find out what they're carrying and where they're going.
Yes.
Indeed.
Well, the direction that they're headed, I believe they're headed for Firefly Oasis. Which makes sense. That's the nearest water. The question is, do they intend to remain there, or is that a place they pass through, and then they're continuing onward?
In your travels, did you see any other groups similar to this one,
No.
heading in the same direction?
No.
Do you know the Firefly Oasis, if it's Jogravana or if it's just
I
different
have
people?
not been there in over a century. When I was there last, it was an independent community.
Canneth,
We can hope.
are you familiar with the Oasis?
No. This is as far out in these sands as I've been.
I sent a message to Wiggy.
Okay.
Quietly, and we don't know.
Wigillion, did you send an elf to watch our backs? Tasha.
No. Well, kind of, maybe. Yeah. So, you saw him, huh? Well, he's good. He's good at what he does. And I figured you could use a little help. Because, you know, the Godswrath is freaking...
Yeah.
Are you alright, Tasha?
I'm just fine. Just clarifying a few things, that's all.
Do tell.
It would seem that young William did send this individual to watch our backs.
Ah, which is why he was sent with more enthusiasm than intelligence.
Yep.
Canneth looks at Gaegho and says, tell me, is it in your experience that the blending of human and elven blood causes inadequate sarcasm?
Only if the inadequacies come from your elven side. We mentioned those earlier.
Let's not stoop to racial attacks, folks.
We need to figure out what we're going to do. Our options are limited and confusing.
We're gonna have to head towards the Oasis. and
It would seem that we are going to have to follow this group and learn more information and go to the Oasis.
I think we should probably go to the Oasis first, find out what we can there, and then meet
Head
up
back.
with, because
Ooh, I
they're
like
probably
that.
going to be slower.
Right,
I
we
like
can
that.
we can outpace the caravan, especially if they're not pushing them.
True.
Gaegho, I know that your role in this needs to be somewhat limited. Is there any form of support that you can lend us as we're trying to free those that seem to be enslaved by this group?
Well, I don't know about any active assistance that I can render. However, since I am this far out, it would seem in my best interest to reacquaint myself with the Oasis. And
would.
if you were to follow me as I flew there, I don't intend on flying very fast. I find I enjoy flying over the desert, so it would be a leisurely flight for me. If you were to follow me there, that's certainly not anything that I've invited you to do.
That's a good point.
You know, I think that sounds great.
You know, and flying in the shadow of a dragon makes a lot of sense in terms of providing shade.
I could maybe try out some fancy flying myself.
Oh.
You certainly could.
Getting lessons.
Although, I would venture to guess that your carpet travels faster than you will be able to.
Oh,
True.
okay. Yeah, carpet. Forgot. I do need to practice, but today's not the day, or neither is tomorrow.
We'll find a time when we have more privacy.
Perhaps the next time Tasha creates the mansion, she could make one of the rooms multiple stories for you to practice in.
A flight area.
Super cool.
Make sure those walls are well padded, just in
Plonk,
case.
plonk, plonk.
Or at least
So-
the floor.
Damn it!
And the ceiling.
So, Gaegho, were you thinking of flying this evening, or were you thinking of waiting until the morning?
I can do either. Whichever, I will take your advice on this, whichever you think more prudent. as you have more experience with this section of the desert than I, having been out here longer.
Perhaps early in the morning, we will need to rest.
So perhaps we leave at dawn?
Or just before, even.
Very well.
In the meantime, you're welcome to share our hospitality, Gaegho.
I would appreciate that.
We will have to leave and start a new
Yeah.
mansion at about, I was going to say about 10 or just after dinner. We could probably
Yeah.
do it.
Any changes we need to the floor plan?
And to the food, if there's again anything to your preference.
This
we can certainly make
was
those arrangements.
wonderful. I enjoyed the options very much.
Good.
After we finished our food and the invisible servants have taken everything away,
Mm-hmm.
I will usher everyone outside, and I will let this incarnation of the mansion dissipate, and then I will create another mansion with a room for Gaegho and a room for
Canneth.
Canneth, and a room that is big enough so that Zori can practice flying.
Okay, probably the easiest way to do that is to take the space.
For the stable?
No, take the space for the second floor, for the 4 rooms
Oh.
on the second floor,
Oh, okay.
and just reconfigure it into one
Big room.
big room that's 4 stories.
Okay. I do that.
Okay.
And then I look at Canneth and I say, you are welcome to stay here as well. If you
You
don't have...
look around and Canneth is not there.
Yeah, that's fine.
So sorry that we found out who your employer was. That must be so disappointing.
Oh, we told him we wanted to negotiate with him, and he left.
He doesn't want to negotiate. He doesn't like us.
He's
He
a
sure-
dick.
He sure doesn't like Gwen.
Canneth, if you're still around, I would like to talk to you for a moment. Please.
I'm going back inside.
Me too.
There's no response.
It involves money. We're far more wealthy than Wiggy. Okay.
As you all head back into the mansion with Gaegho in tow, that's where we're going to stop tonight. So you can rest up, eat, sleep, and we'll pick this up next week in the morning.
Very good.
So thank you all for watching. We appreciate your attention. It's the best compliment we have, is that you give us your attention every week. So remember, stay safe, stay sane, wear your mask. We're not done yet. And be well, so that next week, 7:30, Tuesday night, Eastern U.S. time, we can welcome you back again to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.